Hefty's the name, shiny hunting's my game. Gotta catch 'em all, nothing's ever the same. With my trusty football, I'm always on the spree. No shiny can escape, they all come to me. Shiny after shiny, it's never enough. I'm on a quest, and it can get rough. From Pallet Town to Johto and beyond, I'm the shiny hunter, the bond gets strong. I've caught 'em all, every shiny you can name. Kanto region, Johto region, I've conquered the game. Hefty is the king, the one who never quits. Caught him twice, now that's the real deal. No tricks. I've conquered the game. Hefty's the king, the one who never quits. Caught him twice, now that's the real deal. No tricks.
Happy Saturday. Happy day after Pokemon Day. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. We're going to be doing something a little bit different today. We're not going to be shiny hunting. We're going to be doing what's called an Oaks Challenge. What's going on? Johto, Jerry, Coles, James the Catboy, Ivo Online. Good to see everybody. Thank you all for being here. If you guys are not familiar with an Oaks Challenge, here's how it goes. We're going to start a brand new save file. And before each gym, we have to catch and fully evolve as far as we can every Pokemon. What does that mean? It means, for example, we're going to be going up against Brock with a fully evolved starter, fully evolved Pidgeot, a Butterfree, Beedrill, Primeape, Fearow, and we're going to do this before every gym. So this is going to be Grind City, but I'm excited to do it. But before we do that, I've been saving this to do it live on stream. I got my Garchompite Z this morning. I have not seen what the shiny Garchompite Z looks like yet. We're going to look at it right now. So if you don't want to see it, avert your eyes. This is the shiny Garchomp Z. Okay, so let's go into Leaf Green and get started. What's up, Clocky? How you doing, buddy? Happy Saturday to you. That was your reaction too? Yeah, pretty much, Jerry. Pretty much. Will Mons be named? I don't know. I suppose we can name them. Yeah, if people want to name them, we can name them. So I know last weekend I was saying that I wasn't going to buy these because I was disappointed there's no online capabilities and there's no, uh, tickets and stuff like that. And home support was up in the air. Now that home support has been announced, and now that apparently the tickets do come after you beat the Elite Four, it was enough for me to be like, okay, that's kind of worth an investment on the channel. So that's why I went ahead and picked these up. I wasn't thrilled about it. I mean, I still would have loved online capability, but it's part of this game that we play. In the same boot, just because of the tickets, about to be the biggest hypocrite. No, Clocky, I look, I think we were all making our our choices and our opinions based off of the information that we had at hand. And the truth of the matter is, since then, more information has come out. And yeah, and it's for the channel. What's going on, Razzie? Good to see you. I'm glad you said that though, Clocky. I'm not gonna lie, because I thought you were about to like yell at me for buying these. All right, my name is Hefty. That's right, Hefty. It's your money. I know. I'm just teasing. All right, this is the grandson. What is his name again? It is... Schwanny-Wunnies. Did they add a name filter to this? I don't know what you mean by that. You mean like to stop you from saying bad words? I have no idea. They changed the preset names, did they? So much for being a untouched ROM. I had to delete the one short you made saying these should be free. The dislike wasn't even 50 split. People are just being mean. I mean I can imagine that, certainly. I mean, it's a very controversial, very divisive issue. 50-50, I'll be honest, like, well, that's... It is Callus Tour. I didn't buy the ticket, but I am expecting people to invite me to some raids. I need a Xerneas, Yveltal, Latios, Latius, and Heracross. So hopefully that'll happen. Your rival is Carly May because of Carl May because of character limits. I love it. Hungarian cursor words still pass. Oh yeah, I'm sure they do. I mean, they're not gonna... I don't know. Thank you, Amber. Yes, we do have a new command, Oak. A Professor Oak challenge. Every Pokemon that can be found before a gym must be caught and evolved as far as possible before taking on the gym leader. Welcome to the grind. Yeah, no, that's fair, Clocky. That's totally fair. I hate it when people are nasty because of a video game. A freaking video game. Right? Of all the things in the world to get that vitriolic about, a freaking video game. So I decided that there is one clear answer to the starter for this challenge. Anyone know what it's going to be? Anyone have a guess what I'm going to pick for my starter? I decided this yesterday evening. Who am I picking for a starter? There's one clear answer for this challenge. Is it Bulbasaur? Is it Squirtle? Or is it Charmander? You decide you want a living dex. This game. Be sick if there is a home dex reward, maybe shiny Mew. Yeah, and you know what, Razzie? That's part of the reason why I decided to do this Oak Challenge is because, in a way, that's kind of like speed running a living dex, right? I mean, not exactly. Like, I'm still going to have to, towards the end, like, you know, breed a lot of Pokemon, but I'm basically doing this challenge while also kind of working on that living dex. Unfortunately, it's not Jerry, it's not Charmander, but it is Bulbasaur. Coles is right, and the reason why is, unlike the other two starters, Bulbasaur's final evolution is level 32, which is 4 levels lower than Charizard and Blastoise. So that will give us a little bit of an advantage. Sweet Scent, I didn't even think about that, Clocky. Sweet Scent's a good call too. All right, let's go ahead and nickname this thing. Let's get some names in here. What are we naming this Bulbasaur? Yeah, it doesn't happen very often, but there's a few generations where the starters will evolve at different levels. I know Gen 1 and Gen 2 for certain. I think there might be one later on as well. What's the Professor Oak challenge? Dorian, I'm so happy. Kyle is the first name I see. Kyle is what we're going with. I'm so happy you asked. If you put in the chat !Oak, it will give you an answer that I can read. Veggie Burger off. Only that would fit. Professor Oak Challenge. Every Pokemon that can be found before a gym must be caught and evolved as far as possible before taking on the gym leader. Welcome to the grind. That's right. This is going to be a miserable pre-Brock challenge. The good news is after that we're going to have at least a level 32 Venusaur and a level 36 Pidgeot. So we got that going for us. I say as far as possible because of a couple things. One, Pikachu, for example. We can get Pikachu in Viridian Forest. We cannot get a Thunderstone yet. So that one we won't be able to evolve before the gym. We'll have to wait until Thunderstones are available. And then also, I will be transferring over Pokemon from Fire Red so that we can have all the version exclusives and starters as well. Problem with that is we got to worry about whether or not they're going to listen to me. So, for example, when we trade over Charmander and Squirtle, I can only get them up to level 10 before they stop listening to me until after Misty, at which point we can get up to level 30. So then they'll be the middle evolutions, and then once we get the Marsh badge, we'll be able to fully evolve them. Alright, growl this a couple times, and then we'll knock it out. So that's what's going on. That's what we're doing here today. We're going to be hanging out a lot in Viridian Forest today. It's going to be pretty neat, though. I think it's going to be neat. I think this is one of those challenges that's going to be very, front-loaded. But then basically once we get past Brock, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Objectively better fight you? I will not. In fact, I'm currently playing Leaf Green. Also, that's a silly thing to fight over. Good luck. Thank you, Razzie. Oh no, a crit. I was not expecting that. Okay, we're going to lose this. Oh well. Oh well. Keith, what's going on? 800 checks into your Squirtle hunt. Good luck on that, dude. I hope you get it, man. I hope you get it quick. Alright, yeah, go ahead and knock me out. This is embarrassing. I beat Gary last night with Squirtle and Charmander. But oh well. We could use that level. So between now and the time that we get the Boulder badge, there's 21 Pokemon that we can get. That's what that 0 out of 21 says at the bottom. In fact, I should up that to 1. Gina, Bina, what's going on? Good morning, my friend. Gonna shiny hunt a Magnemite in another game and transfer it over? Okay. Cool. What game are you going to get it in, and what game you're going to transfer it into? Yeah, when you get it later today. We already have a shiny Charmander in the mod squad. Mr. Kieran got Charmander in 71 checks last night, which is crazy. Yeah, it's nuts. 70 freaking 1. Yeah, good for Kieran. It's about time something good happened for him. It's about time something happy happened in his life. He'll be into Leaf Green, also playing Hunt for Deoxys. Nice. Now keep in mind, there's currently no home compatibility for Leaf Green and Fire Red, and once it does come out, you'll only be able to transfer Pokemon out of the games. You won't be able to transfer anything in. Okay, just making sure. What am I missing here? I feel like I just breezed through this yesterday. So now you can buy this in Hunt Deoxys? You sure can. Technology is incredible, Jerry. Okay, now she's gone. I don't know what the you can't send mines into leaf green? No. You can trade between fire red and leaf green, but nothing can go into it from home. You can only trade between and you can only local trade between fire red and leaf green. Technology is incredible. All right, we're starting the challenge here. We got to get these levels on Bulbasaur. Lame. It is lame. It is lame. Wait until they make the home dex completion a shiny Mew and everyone realizes that they need to have uh, two systems in order to get it. I got this. Thank you, Gina. On your old Switches too, so you could quad hunt? That's crazy. You're a crazy, crazy man, Keith. I was grimacing enough last night spending $40. I understand why, but it doesn't mean I like it. I don't understand why. I don't understand why they couldn't have added online capabilities, but I guess that's why I'm not in charge. The asterisk from. Yeah, here's the thing. Do you really need both games? Yeah, you need both games. In fact, you need both. I mean, if they're just talking about the Kanto decks, you need both games. If you're talking about the national decks, you're going to need the hopefully eventual Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. You only get one of these personally, but understand as a streamer why you got both. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I had to, you know, like, look, the home compatibility and the event tickets were like made it more palatable. But I'm looking at it basically as an investment in the channel. Your plan is farm a bunch of money early game and then shiny hunt Dratini in the game corner. That's smart. We'll spend over 300 just to get 2 copies. Otherwise, you're okay on 40. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, for me personally, like, I'm not saying like, oh, I can't believe they charge money for these games. I honestly, I think anyone that expected them to be free, like genuinely thought they were going to be free, doesn't know the Pokemon Company that well. It was just like for me, like I physically own Fire Red and Leaf Green, so it was more like a how are they going to convince me to purchase the games again? Game Corner Mons cost different in each game. Do they really? Interesting. Humble brag. Oh yeah, absolutely humble brag. Of course. Okay, let's go to the. I'm getting distracted. Like I probably would have already been like hunting in the other games at this point if I wasn't getting sidetracked. Are those the actual boxes? No, they are not the actual boxes. They're custom DS cases for the games using the original box artwork. And you're from. Yeah, customgamecases.com is where I got them from. This is Emerald with my original Emerald cartridge. And they're cheap. I got them well, actually, Big Cheese got me a bunch, and then I got the remainders a couple of years ago. I want to say they're only like $5 or $6 a piece. Squirtle, Pidgey, Butterfree, Ghastly, Dratini, and Lapras is going to be the team you're looking for this run. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's hurry up and get back down to Professor Oak, and then we can start catching some Pokemon. So we're going to need a Pidgey and a Rattata in this area. Hope Nintendo shuts down that site for copyright violation. John, what, custom game cases? I mean, I guess that's your opinion. I don't see anything wrong with it. They're not selling the games. They're selling the cases. Lapras maybe subbed up for something else since you have a water Pokemon lined up. Fair enough. Geodude, I love Geodude. Dorian, have a great day, buddy. Can you guys hear the music all right? I cannot hear it on my end. This is like even worse than the regular Switch games. I don't know why I can't hear it. We might have a Nintendo employee in the chat. That's true. What was my first Gen 1 shiny? You'd say it's good, not really. That doesn't give me any direction. My first Gen 1 shiny. If you mean like a Pokemon from Gen 1, it would be Geodude. It was actually in either Fire Red or Leaf Green. I can't remember which one. Can barely hear it? Okay, I'll turn it up. How about... There, is that better? I don't know why different games have different volume levels on my streaming. It's fine, and then you put that Rowlet. So that's like you saying it's fine, which does not help me. Lord, give me strength. Dude, did you hear about the tragedy that happened with the 6-year-old heir to the largest New Orleans donut company? I did not, Shinies. Why don't you tell me all about it? Alright, we need to get a Rattata and a Pidgey. There's a Pidgey. Hope they find whoever did the terrible thing to John Benyette Ramsey. What? Oof. We're in trouble. What is the Professor Oak Challenge and what is the Oak Command for? Why don't you put it in the chat, Kim, and we'll find out. Scared to play Fire Red Leaf Green. There's been so many quality of life changes since this came out. That's true. Anne Marie, what's going on? What did I think of the presents? That's a good question. It was about what I expected. There were a few surprises that I was shocked with, to be honest. I was shocked that there was no home compatibility update. I was shocked that they're releasing XD Gale of Darkness before Coliseum. And I was surprised we saw as much of Wind and Waves as we did, and I can't believe it's not coming out till next year. Overall, I thought it was a decent present. I thought it was decent. There were just some things I was really surprised that were not included. What did you think? That's more important. Professor Oak Challenge. Every Pokemon that can be found before a gym must be caught and evolved as far as possible before taking on the gym leader. Welcome to the grind. I did, Cam. I did, in fact, bite the butt. No home compatibility, but here's Garchomp Z. Yeah, that was kind of wild. And we just took a look at the shiny Garchomp Z at the beginning of the stream, and it was what I expected. Yes, Amory, that does mean by the time we take on Brock, we will have a Venusaur. All right, we caught a Pidgey. We're making progress. We caught a Pidgey. Amory, give me a name for Pidgey. I think this is how we're going to do it until we start getting hundreds of people in the chat. I'm just going to pick someone out random to name my Pokemon. And then when we get hundreds of people in the chat, we'll do it as an auction. Peter. This is Peter the Pidgey. Okay. Last, unless it was Edid. Erica's badge, Rainbow badge is all we need to get the to evolve the traits artist. Thank you, Razzie. It was, yeah, okay, yeah. So Erica's, yeah, because it's 2, 4, 6, and 8. So yes, that makes sense. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and heal. We're gonna buy a couple more balls, and we also need to catch. I think we're gonna catch 3 Rattata. 3 Rattata. You love the fire doggo. Yeah, I don't know which one I'm going to pick. Is Oddish in this game? Not in this one. Oddish is in Fire Red. But I will be transferring the Virgin exclusives from Fire Red into Leaf Green. They announced Garchomp Z, and then they finally reveal it and looks exactly like normal Mega Garchomp. Yeah, and it's locked behind DLC as well. How many times are we predicting before the challenge completes next year? Ken, that's a good question. That's a good question. Because of all the grinding, there is, in fact, a fairly decent chance we might find a shiny or 2. Particularly this first part, so we could end up with like 100 shiny Caterpie, Chem, which would be pretty neat. All right, we got Peter and we got... Yeah, add Anne-Marie back in the group chat. I thought maybe she was just ignoring my messages because she didn't like my messages, which, I mean, I could understand. All right, let's get 3 Rattata. If you get a shiny, you have to replace your non-shiny with it. I think that's fair, Chem. That's fair. That's a good shiny clause. She just hated us, right? I mean, what group chat? All right, let's catch this. Wait, how did I screw that up? This is what I get for not paying attention. How did I not buy the Pokeballs? I'm so used to just shiny hunting on stream. I'm not used to doing playthroughs on stream. So I'm like not paying attention to what I'm doing. All right, we got our first Rattata. Clocky. And Clockwork, please name my Rattata. T.I., thank you. Pidgeotto finally owns a level 36 and shiny Pidgey appears. Could you imagine? He made another song recently. He deserves recognition. Fair enough. All right, let's try this again. I don't know how I didn't buy the Pokeballs. Okay, there we go. Oh, another thing we need to do that I forgot to do is fast. Okay. Of course you can imagine that. That's why you said it. Fair enough. You're right, Kim. You're right. One of your biggest fears is Luna leaving a dead mouse for you to find. You don't know what to do when that happens. Be happy that there isn't a live mouse in your house. Yeah, exactly, Clocky. This challenge is going to be so front-loaded, it's going to be crazy. So front-loaded. But by the time we actually beat Brock, we're going to have a level 36 Pidgeot and a level 32 Venusaur. So, we got that going for us. Burb. Tis indeed a burb. Alright, let's catch this. We're not, yeah, and we'll have a Primate too, yeah. That's, I think, level 28. Did I say it was Gen 10 starter? Like, I did not. I don't know yet, Anne-Marie. I don't know yet. I have to be completely honest. None of them really jumped out at me. You may leave and never return. I wouldn't blame you. But, you know, it's probably at least a year out. I'm sure there'll be some time for them to grow on me. But they haven't yet. Which mods provide the most XP? That's a great question. It's a fantastic question. I would imagine at this point, because I mean, that's a great question. I've been thinking more about saving the trainers in Viridian Forest until after we get Butterfree and Beedrill, and using those trainers to level up, you know, the other guys. But I haven't thought about the actual wild encounters. Yeah, once we continue, it'll get easier because there'll be, you know, higher level trainers, there'll be higher level Pokemon in the wild to give more experience. But yeah, this first part is really gonna be a grind. All right, let's catch. Yeah, versus trainer will help out a lot. Experience share will help out. Easier to level up and more mons to evolve. Exactly. Exactly. I think I can get one more. Perfect. Okay, now let's catch this. Bulbasaur, what's up, Yemuchi? This is indeed my Bulbasaur. Dang it, I don't want to give it a nickname. Reminder, save option, do not press all the face buttons as it was soft reset. Thank you so much, Razzie. You're making want to do this challenge. You're making want to do this challenge of suffering. I'm making want to do this challenge of suffering. Gonna reset for Shiny Charmander. Nice, Amory. Do it. Go for it. Are you saying that I'm making you want to do it? Constantly hitting all the face buttons with your big, meaty claws. I am scared about that. It's great for shiny hunting, sure, but I think it's going to be so easy to accidentally hit all the buttons. Big Soap. What? Did you change your name again, Gina? Whoops. That's not what I want to do. All right, so now we should have... Make want. I've not. Is that a Canadian thing? All right, so we got 2 Pidgeys to get rid of. So let's go upstairs. Hello, Tila. Room on the left is a union room. Chat, battle, and trade. I don't know about the trading thing. I was in there yesterday. I couldn't figure out how to trade. I think you can only trade in the right room. I believe it's invented in PA. That sounds accurate. I think for the Gen 10 stars, the bird looks like an angry bird and the water one looks like a Neopet. I totally agree. I totally agree. Alright, let's become the leader and we're going to join group. Yes. Trying to catch one of everything on the way through, but you couldn't for life. You find male Nido or Clefairy. So the Nidorans, they're not version exclusive per se, but depending on which copy you have, either the male or the female will have a higher spawn rate. So they're both in both games, but much lower spawn rate for one than the other. Gina, you gotta take off. All right, don't forget to invite me to thingies. All right, let's trade Squirtle for this Pidgey. So if you weren't here earlier when I was talking about this, I'm going to be transferring over Squirtle and Charmander so we have all three starters. However, we can only level up the Squirtle and Charmander to level 10 until they will stop listening to us. So we're going to get them up to 10, and then we're going to put them away. And then after we beat Misty, we'll get them up to level 30, and then we'll put them away. And then after we beat Erica, we'll be able to fully evolve them. So that's the deal with that. You'll DM me first? All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Gina. Trade and trade. You bought both games and wait, that's cheating. How is it cheating? Explain to me how it's cheating, Kim. And also, shut up. The dog is the only one that gave you a Pokemon vibe? Yeah, I think that's my issue, and I'm sure they'll grow on me. I'm sure every time there's new starters, this happens to me probably, is my first reaction is they don't look like Pokemon. And then eventually they do. Like, I specifically remember Fuecoco. I'm not saying Fuecoco doesn't look great. I just, when I first saw it, I didn't think it looked like a Pokemon. If anything, I thought it looked like a, Mario villain or enemy. Cancel. Yes. Like, I could see Fuecoco in a Mario game. That's correct, Gina. Thought Quaxley wasn't very Pokemon. I could see that too. All right, let's get out of here. Wait until later in the game to level up. Are you planning on bringing them back to early route? No. Why would I do that, Kim? Please. Close. All right, so now we have Bulbasaur, Pidgey, Rattata, Squirtle, and Charmander. We can get Squirtle up to 10, Charmander up to 10. Everybody else we're going to fully evolve. Pokemon equals Fakemon over time. Yeah, exactly, Clocky. That's 100% what it is. So as of right now, I don't really have any favorites. I'm sure eventually I will. All right, let's get a couple more Pokeballs. Then we have to go catch 2 Spirow and a Mankey. Thought the Presents was decent. You like the way Gen 10 looks. Surprised that next year too. That's fine. Can wait to get switched to. Maybe they'll do a themed one. I'm sure they will. You know, now that we know that it's going to be next year, I'm almost positive, or I'm very confident that they will have a themed switch. Why am I trading a challenge with the entire decks? I am doing it with the entire decks, yes. By the time we beat the Elite Four, get the Mewtwo, and revisit the Sevi Islands, every Pokemon that you can have in Fire Red and Leaf Green, I will have. And then we'll finish it up with, Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Deoxys, and we'll probably Shiny Hunt those. We might Shiny Hunt the birds and Mewtwo as well. I haven't decided yet. Brout's your favorite so far, but Pombon has a clever stage 2. Probably win you over. Fair. All right, Spirow and Mankey. I'm actually going to... here. Kyle needs some levels. Kyle has yet to level up. So I think, so I'm trying to like plan this out in my head as we do it. I think what makes sense is catch everything I need, and then start by focusing on the Caterpie and the Weedle. Get those up and out of the way off of wild Pokemon. And then for Mankey, Spearow, Pidgey, and the starters, and Rattata, kind of take turns with the... I like to try and balance out the trainers, right? So like every time we get a trainer, like give it to a different one. And then maybe after that, just so it doesn't seem as grindy, like once the trainers are gone and we're back to just doing wild Pokemon, like level up, like once every Pokemon hits a level, switch it out with a different one, level that one up, switch it out to a different one, just so it's not so monotonous. Eventually get the Verse Seeker. Yeah, the Verse Seeker will help, but that's not before, it's definitely not before Brock. I can't remember where, does the Verse Seeker, is that SSN? Is that where you get that? It's been a while. SSN or Vermilion? Yeah, it's somewhere around there. The crazy thing is, because I was doing some research on this yesterday, by the time we leave Mount Moon, I'm going to have a Nidoqueen, Nidoking, Wigglytuff, and Clefable. Meaning I need to get 4 Moonstones from Mount Moon. Alright, Jerry, you want to go ahead and name the Mankey? Okay, you're in Vermilion and you have the Versus Seeker. Gotcha. This is a female Mankey, Jerry. Name it. Sour Punch. I like it. So how you got all those Moonstones? Because in Mount Moon, apparently, there is the Thief TM. And we'll put Thief on whoever it goes on. I'm not sure who it goes on, to be honest. And then Clefairy have a 5% chance of holding a Moonstone. So that'll be a day in itself. Maybe Primeape can learn Thief? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Clocky. I'm thinking it's probably, yeah, Mankey Primeape. Raticate could be Raticate. Oh, I am not updating these. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. So there's supposed to be a Spirow around here. We need to get a Spirow. Yeah, Charmander and Squirtle are going to hit 10 pretty quickly. So then at least we don't have to worry about leveling those up. Let's go back and heal. Pidgey's going to eat a ton of bugs. I'm trying to think where the best place is going to be for Bulbasaur to level up. How do you get the other 2 Moonstones? You're going to trade for another 5 if you get Desperate. Yeah, so yeah, there's 2 Moonstones that you can get in Mount Moon. One's a regular item, one's a hidden item. And then you use Thief to get the other 2. Can't wait for the gambling segment to get all the guys. That's going to be crazy. That's going to be a wild weekend. Jerry, how about once we get to Safari Zone? Red Eye Jedi with the 9 months of membership stream, baby. Congratulations to us, Red Eye. How you doing, bud? Let's get some hype in the chat. Yeah, I'm not sure where, like, what the best thing is going to be for Bulbasaur to level up against. Probably just Rattatas. Pidgeys, Caterpies, and Weed. Well, Caterpie only has Tackle. How's everyone enjoying getting used to the special physical deal in Gen 3 again? Where it's not based off of the move, it's based off of the typing. And how crazy is it that Ghost type is a physical attack? Ghost type is physical. Literally intangible ghosts are physical. I feel like Gambling would be worse though. Porygon's like 6,400 and Leaf Green. Ugh. It was fun teaching Carly about a dead system like that. Oh, I'm sure. I think I still remember all of them. Ghost and Dark always threw me off. But Dark is special, right? And I know Ghost is physical. Dragon, I believe, is special. The rest, I feel like, are pretty intuitive. The trick of evolutions in Dragonite? I don't know that trick. What are you talking about, Razzie? Oh, yeah. And by the way, I think we can get a Dratini before the 3rd gym. So that'll be fun. There's our Spirow. There's an evolution of special. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. But yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Huh. Oh yeah, game corner. Duh. Yeah, yeah. Dratini. We get the Dratini in the game corner, and so we'll have a Dragonite pretty early on. Win in waves, or do I even care? Oh, I care. I think it looks fine. I was talking to a friend about this yesterday. At first I was a little disappointed in the graphics. And then the more I thought about it and like really like looked internally, it was nothing to do with the graphics. It was all me. In my head, I had this expectation I didn't even realize I had, that they were going to change the art style again. If you look at like the Game Boy and Game Boy Color games, like Gens 1 and 2, and then you look at like Gen 3, right? And then you look at Gen 4 and Gen 5 on the DS, right? And then look at the 3DS games, the Gen 6 and Gen 7 when they switched to 3D models. And then you look at Gen 8 and Gen 9 when they had the Switch full 3D, models, with textures and all that. In my head, I thought that when we hit the 10th generation, they were going to switch it up again. So, because it looks so similar in art style to Gens 8 and 9, I was a little surprised. Ghost is ghastly, which is gas, which is a physical substance, which is a special circumstance. That makes sense. Thank you, Ken. That does make sense. This looks more detailed. I mean, I'm always going to have a fondness in my heart for Gen 3. I think old style of games, like first 3 gens, I think Gen 3 is just the epitome. It's perfect. It's the perfect pixel Pokemon. There's a reason why the most popular fan-made ROM hacks or whatever are based off of Gen 3. All right, we got our Spirow. We will be back here to take on shinies again. Moochie, why don't you give Spirow a nickname? And Brick Wallkeeper, what's going on, Brick? I know it's Brick Wall Keeper, but for some reason, whenever I say the name, I want to say Brick Wall Keeper. What's up, Natasha? Quack. But yeah, welcome to everybody. I look like Steve from Blue's Clues. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Lord Alcatraz. Are there Gen 2 to 3 mods in the game before the Elite Four? I don't believe so. If I remember correctly, like you can visit a couple of the Sevi Islands, but they just have Kanto mods. And then after the Elite Four, that's when the Gen 2 Pokemon in Sevi Islands show up. But as far as Gen 3 goes, the only ones that are in here would be Azurill and Why Not. I think those are the only two. But, yeah, Moody, let me know what you want to name the Spirow. No Johto till post D4, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't think so. Like, I know, for example, if I have a high friendship with Golbat, it won't evolve until after the Elite Four. It'll keep going to the evolution screen and then say something like, what the heck? Nothing happened. That weird. Something like that. I didn't write it. Okay, not getting an answer from Moochie. Brick, you want to name the Spirow? Really excited to play Fire Red, played Yellow way back when, but you never played this version. Brick, you're going to love it. We're going to be talking about it a lot. If you guys don't know, Brick's my actual in real life coworker. So yeah, we'll be talking about this a lot. John. John is a great name for a Spirow. Oops. Okay, so now we just have to go get Weedle, Caterpie, and Pikachu, and then I think we have caught everything we can. First time on the streams, how you doing? Doing pretty good. How you doing? Inosuke? Am I pronouncing that right? Inosuke? But welcome on in. Yeah, anybody that's new here, and if you're wondering what's going on, I'm doing what's called Professor Oak Challenge. This is where before every gym leader battle, I have to catch and fully evolve as far as possible every Pokemon that's available. So yes, that means by the time we take on Brock, I'm going to have a Venusaur, I'm going to have a Pidgeot, I'm going to have a Primeape, I'm going to have a Fearow. Oh, we need to we need to catch one more Spirow. Hold on. We need to catch a Spirow now to trade later. Doing good, glad to hear it. If you haven't liked the stream yet, let me know. I haven't even looked. Are you guys slacking on the like goals again? Are you doing that thing where you slack? You guys are totally slacking on the like goal. We hit 15 likes a while ago. We're now at 24. Can I get a like goal of 30? Almost 4-year-old begging me to play with him. Hey, Brick, that's more important, and honestly, that's more fun. Go enjoy that. Have a great weekend, bud. I should have lead seeded this from the beginning. That would be helpful because Kyle's taking a little bit of time to level up here. Like goal 30, thank you, Kim. Appreciate that. %, you think that Charmander is the best starter, and then Bulbasaur and Squirtle are tied at 29. Interesting. Is that a T-Box? Are you playing Pokemon Earl Grey? Natasha, I love that. That's hilarious. Now, I'll give you guys a little sneaky peeky as to why you guys are chatting on top of a box. Oh my gosh, Dino Great, thank you so much for the sub. That scared the bejesus out of me. Take a look at the wooden box, and you'll see why it's there. It's because of this. You ready? Boom. Boulder badge. Boom, Cascade badge. You would not believe how hard it was to find a PNG of a box. That was the best I could find. And yes, I know it's all cockeyed and tilted. That was the best picture I could find of a box. Holy Mother Duck, that's cool. Thank you. Sometimes I have good ideas. A lot of times those good ideas are from somebody else. But this one was me. Ouch, that hurt. Alright, I don't want to take the chance of losing the experience. Yeah, this will be interesting because it's not like a Nuzlocke. It doesn't matter if they, get KO'd or whatever. Like, I'll just heal them. But if they do get knocked out, that means that they lose out on experience. So every time a Pokemon gets KO'd, that's basically another battle I'm going to have to do. What does a 7 out of 21 mean? That's a great question. Before I take on Brock, there are 21 Pokemon I can get. We are currently at 7. What's up, Kiro? Good to see ya. We gotta heal again. Yeah, this is going to be a very grindy part of the experience. It just, by the nature, it's going to be very top-loaded, or very front-loaded. We don't have running shoes. We don't have the Versa Seeker. We don't have the experience share. There's not a whole lot of trainers. But I need to get my Bulbasaur up to level 32. I need to get my Pidgeot up to level 36 before we can take on Brock. It's going to take a little bit. But I think this is going to be fun. I think this is going to be one of those challenges like, the longer it goes on, the more it's going to build up. And then it's just going to be like a freight train by the end. And I think it's going to be really fun. And I am planning on shiny hunting Lugia, Ho-Oh, and Deoxys, and maybe the birds and Mewtwo as well. You discovered something sick at the end of the game and you're happy? Oh, Kiro, did you beat the Elite Four? Were you given some sort of a reward for beating the Elite Four? Glad they had the events. Me too. That was really what convinced me. That and realizing this was an investment on my channel was what convinced me to buy them. Because without that, I'd still be doing Fire Red Leaf Green stuff today, but it would probably be with my cartridge and the Game Boy operator. Started playing today too. You were too tired to play yesterday. So this is kind of similar to the poll, but a little bit different. If you are playing Fire Red or Leaf Green now, like within the last couple days or whatever, if you're currently playing it, what starter did you pick? What's up, Shiny Cornholio? Still no shinies on Pokemon Go BT Dubs. About an hour in, haven't seen any shinies. Jerry picked Bulbasaur. You want to hunt Lugia? Let's hunt it together, Kiro. Inosuke picked Bulbasaur as well. Oh my goodness, a lot of Bulbasaur fans in here. Come on. There we go. Charmander, because you want a challenge. Fair. Yeah, I picked Bulbasaur for this run because Ivysaur evolves into Venusaur at level 32, whereas the other two evolve at level 36. All right, Kyle's level 8. That's good. We went with Charmander, but it was between that and Bulbasaur. Normally, I would pick Squirtle. Squirtle is my favorite Gen 1 starter, but I had to go with the numbers on this one. I can't believe we haven't seen another Spirow yet. What the heck is the spawn rate of Spirow on this route? It's also the best for the first two gyms. That's true. Pokestar, what's going on? Good to see you. Save check. I like that, Razzie. I like that. In fact, Jerry, can you? No, you can't. I have to do it. We're going to, wow. Out of muscle memory, I hit the R button to save. I'm going to make a command. We're also going to open up a 10-pack of TCG Pocket Cards today and a 10-pack tomorrow. We'll be doing that in a little bit. That's not... Oh, that's not what I want. Cancel. Timers. Here we go. Timer. New timer. Do that every 20 minutes. All right, there we go. Thank you, Razzie. Ooh, that's a big pumpkaboo, but not shiny. Not shiny. Not shiny. Not shiny. All right. Open a 10 pack and got 3 Paldean Poopers. Yeah, timers are different from commands. They're actually in a whole different section of Nightbot. There we go. Haven't seen anybody else playing Fire Red Leaf Green. Save. Let's get this last Spirow so we can go get our freaking Caterpie and Weedle. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. I'm excited. I think this is going to be fun. What's going on, Leo? I think it's going to be fun. I was a little sad to put my shiny hunts on hold, but let's be honest. I'd be a dum-dum if I didn't have some sort of Fire Red Leaf Green content. I'm going to farm nuggets all day. Tonight's wrestling, so we'll be doing that on the side all night. To get a ton of money for early game. Razzie, are you, by chance, talking about the Nugget Bridge nugget trick? The trick that I had never heard of my entire life until I was watching Tyler's stream yesterday. Yeah, fair enough, Shiny Cornolio. Thoughts on Iran? I mean, it's a country, Professor Oak, that is in the Middle East. And that's my thoughts. Am I playing Leaf Green? I am. So, Clocky, I haven't tried this myself, but people were talking about yesterday in Tyler's stream. Apparently, if you lose to the undercover Team Rocket member, you can just repeatedly lose to him and you still get the nugget. So even though you're losing half your money each loss, you can sell nuggets for 5,000 a piece. So even if you had like 20,000 money by the time you got there, if you do it 4 times, you're already in the black and everything else is just profit. I never knew that. There's a better money tech post game on Island 5, but this is decent for early game. Let me know about that one, Razzie. You don't have to do it right now because it's going to be a long time till I get to there. But shoot me a DM or something at some point. My day is pretty good, Leo. How's your day? Yeah, we'll try it out when we get to that point, in like 4 months. But yeah, I had never heard of this thing in all these years. In the 22 years this game has been out, and I don't even want to know if that was the case back in Red and Blue as well. That would really hurt if it's been around since 98 and I had no idea. Versus Secret with certain trainers and amulet coin. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Raz. I appreciate it. All right, level 9 on Kyle. I think it's time we start working on other Pokemon. Let's throw Heater in front. So this is going to be it. This is going to be it for a while, guys, is us just grinding levels. But we get to listen, well, you get to listen to this amazing music, and I get to talk to all y'all. So it's like win-win-win, which is the best outcome possible. Let's go ahead and get Charmander and Squirtle up to level 10 so that I can put them in the box and we'll have room for Caterpie and Weedle. Why does the Bulbasaur look shiny? You know what? I'm glad you said that, Leo. I don't know when it happened, and I don't know if I'm just crazy. I don't know if it's like some sort of Mandela effect. I swear that Bulbasaur's colors have changed since back in the day. I swear that what is currently Bulbasaur shiny is what the regular used to look like. It's cool seeing everyone enjoy these games again, right? It certainly is. What's going on, Brian? Welcome in. You're definitely in the minority, but you love Leaf Green. You're loving that everyone's playing again, relearning everything again. Me too. It's wild. Razzie, I don't know if this happened on your out. I'm talking to everybody, not just Razzie. I just like to say Razzie's name. I'm not sure if this happened to anybody else, but the recommended videos for the last several days has been so many Fire Red Leaf Green videos, and not even like new ones talking about the re-releases. I'm talking about like videos from like 11, 15, 16 years ago are now getting recommended to me. It's pretty wild. I did buy both of them. But it's pretty neat. Imagine being one of those content creators that made these videos like a decade ago, and now all of a sudden they're seeing a huge bump. They'd be like, what the heck? I forgot I even had this channel. Some old glitches work still? Nice. How do I have all the Pokemon starters? Because last night I got on... Actually, here's how I did it. So on my Switch 2 last night, I started up a Leaf Green save file and got Charmander. On my Switch OLED, I started up a Fire Red save file and picked Squirtle. I played both games to the point that I could trade. I traded the Charmander over into the Squirtle file on the Switch OLED. And then I deleted the save file of Leaf Green off of the Switch 2, started a new save file this morning when we started stream, and then when we got to the point where we could trade in this save file, I opened up the OLED and traded the Squirtle and the Charmander over. Yeah, so we will be buying the Magikarp, because that is the earliest you can get the Magikarp. And we will evolve it into a Gyarados, which will be a pain in the butt, having to get it up to level 20 with an only knowing Splash. Right before Legends of the 8 came out, they made a huge breakthrough on Fire Red Leaf Green glitches. Now this game is back. People like Papa Hefe are feasting. That's crazy. You're going to smash the Rat Max. Yep, it's going to be 500 buckaroos. Sadly, a Brilliant Diamond. What's sadly about that? I like Brilliant Diamond. You've been seeing Heavy's glitch videos? That's wild. That's crazy. Is he the one that did the video that I didn't watch? I just saw the thumbnail and the title of how to... You will smash the rat. Max, yeah, you will. You said that already. Something about how to guarantee a shiny starter, which is another glitch I never knew anything about until this week. Something about how you can guarantee a shiny starter. Yeah, okay. I might do that at some point on a save file just for funsies. Just to try it out. Have I finished Brilliant Diamond? I have. That's another thing. So, like I said, it stinks a little bit having to put my shiny hunts on hold, but like I said, why would I not do Fire Red Leaf Green right now? But I did manage to get my, we might even take a look at some point later today. I managed to get my Darkrai hunting team on Shining Pearl all set up. I worked on that all of Sunday afternoon after stream. Now we have a perfect Shining Pearl Darkrai hunting team set up. I was going to start that today, but I couldn't figure out how I could, especially in shorts form, dual stream this game and that hunt. Do I have any extra shinies? Well, I'm not playing the game right now, and actually I don't. I don't actually have any extra shinies in Brilliant Diamond right now. All the starters, hell, Danger Dave. I bought Leaf Green, and that's on the Switch too, that I'm playing right now. And then I got Fire Red on my Switch OLED. I started up a Leaf Green save file. I caught Charmander. I started up a Fire Red save file. I got Squirtle. When I got to the point where I could trade, I traded the Charmander over into Fire Red. And then reset the Leaf Green save file, started that up, picked Bulbasaur. Once we could get to where we could trade, I sent Squirtle and Charmander over into this game. It's what I typically do with every Gen's main games, going back to probably Gen 3. Probably Gen 3. Probably Ruby and Sapphire was the first time I did that. But yeah, I always, like, there's something special about picking your starter, you know, for a new gen. But for the last several gens, I've always done my playthrough with all 3 starters. What's up, old Nintendo dude? Yeah, for anyone coming in that's not aware of what's going on, when is trading open after parcel? Yeah, you drop the parcel off with Oak. It could even be before. No, it can't be before because you can't catch any Pokemon before that. After you drop the parcel off with Oak, then you get the Pokeballs. Then you can catch a Pokemon. And then you can go into the second floor of the Pokemon Center. You have to have 2 Pokemon in your party in order to do a trade. But yeah, anyway, I do a Professor Oak challenge. What that means is before any gym leader battle, I have to have caught and fully evolved as far as possible any Pokemon that are available prior to that. Yeah, so this is a very front-loaded challenge. We're going to be hanging out here for quite a long time. I need to get a Venusaur. I need to get a Pidgeot. I need to get a Primeape. I need to get a Spirow before we can take on Brock. And Pidgey just Pidgey just leveled up to level 4. And I need to get another Spirow. What the heck? Is someone at their computer? Can someone look up what the 6-7 hour stream? Who knows? Could be 6-7 hours. What is it? I'm just gonna look it up. What is the spawn rate of Spirow? This is ridiculous. Kanto route. I don't even know what route it is. Let's start with City. Route 22. 10% chance. That's wild. New camera? No, same camera. Same camera. 10% chance is nuts. But as has been pointed out earlier, we're going to be doing so much grinding here in this game. There is a really decent chance that at some point we might actually find a shiny while we're just grinding away. Just me looking sharp? Aw, thank you. What a sweet thing to say. And it's currently Kalos Tour as well. I'm just keeping an eye on my spawns. I got a... Wait, what the heck? Incense really only lasts an hour, not 3 hours? What the freak? Just keep an eye on my spawns and see if I get invited to do any raids. Put down the little guy for a short nap. Been working through a cold. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he gets better soon. That means you're gonna have a cold. Because if I know anything about parents, they catch whatever their kids have times 3. My PC specs, honestly, OND, I don't know. I'm not a smart man when it comes to technology. You already had it? Fair. That's good. Lucky egg available at catching chances, or is there a gift one? That's a good question. I'm not sure. You are a great friend. Check Discord. Okie dokie. Hem Nation. You are a great friend. I like the cut of your jib. Wimpy babies make you sad. Buying Pokemon Waves. Yeah, I don't know what my main game's going to be yet. Obviously I want to wait and find out like the differences between the two. Other than, I'll admit the cowboy hat's pretty cool. Or whatever type of hat that is. It's pretty cool. I wonder if browser. I wonder if I can just save this. Will it automatically change? Where is the picture? Whoa, it did. It did automatically change, but now I gotta shrink it. I like it. Thank you, Kim. Thank you very much. Your patience 0. That's crazy. Well, if you get underwater zones with winds and sky zones, or underwater zones with waves and sky zones with winds, yeah, I mean, it did make me think, based off of what they showed in the in the video, and the title, it did make me wonder how many changes there will be between the two versions. I feel like they started to go that route in Sword and Shield, where they really, and actually, no, back in, what was it? I think Black and White, yeah. Black and White actually had a lot of differences, not just Pokemon, but just overall differences between the two versions. And then we went away from that for a while, and then Sword and Shield, they started to do a little bit with it again, like with the gym leaders, but they've never really expanded too much upon that outside Gen 5. Most of us will end up with both games. Yeah, here's something. I will have both games, but I'm a little frustrated because I realized this yesterday. It was one thing when, Game Boy Advances or DSs or 3DSs were like, $150 or something. It was another thing when I had a Switch Lite, and then when I started streaming, I got a regular Switch so I could, connect it to a capture card. I don't know if I have it in me to buy a second Switch 2. And this might be the first gen where I'm not going to be self-contained with my gameplays. I'm going to have to rely on other people, which stinks. Gen 7 had that night and day thing. That's true, Razzie. You're right. They did. I mean, there have been some subtle changes in between games, but I think it would be pretty crazy if they go completely different. I did, Eric. I did. The fact that they confirmed home compatibility, that the event tickets are included, and frankly, just the fact that it's investment on my channel, yeah, that was enough for me to repurchase the games. Prior to the announcements made yesterday, it wasn't going to be enough, but now it is. Remember Super Chat special deal for trades? Could be. Gymnastics time. All right, enjoy the gymnastics, Kim. And Gavi's on music. Welcome in. Unfortunately, I do only speak English because I am a dumb American. So we do try and keep the chat in English here. But welcome in. Audi. Kiro. Your Audi has a pet cat named Horatio. That's close, but completely wrong. We still can't get Umbreon. No Umbreon and no Espeon. I mean, two entirely different time zone or zone types. I don't know why I read those time zones. Two entirely different zone types would be a good selling point to get people to buy both. Yeah, totally. Absolutely it would. Absolutely. I'm not trying to give the Pokemon Company any ideas on how to better milk money out of us, but I feel like if they do want more people to buy both games, they need to have more reasons other than just version exclusives to buy both games. And yes, that's a good reminder, Nightbot. Thank you. Anyone, including me, that's playing Fire Red Leaf Green, here's your save reminder. Give me that second Spirow already. We are so over odds on Spirow. It's a 10% spawn rate. We've been here for what, half an hour? I wonder if you can do anything yet. Can you do something? Not bad. Nightbot being helpful for once. I'm kidding, Nightbot. I love you. Thank you to everyone that is watching. If this is your first time here, my name is Hefty. I typically shiny hunt, but I'd be a dum-dum not to be streaming Fire Red Leaf Green this weekend. Also, it's been a while since I played these games, and I thought it'd be fun to do something new. We're doing the Professor Oak Challenge. I have to catch and fully evolve as far as possible every possible Pokemon before moving on to the next gym leader. Got some news about my grandpa as well. They're just removing that kidney because they are assuming the lump is cancer. Better safe than sorry. Tyler, I'm sorry that your grandfather has to go through that, but it does seem like that's probably the best way to go. So I'm going to say, you know, give my best to your grandfather, but you know, I wish him a speedy recovery. But I'm very happy that they feel like they're going to be able to take care of it. That's awesome. But I'm sorry you have a cold. Happy birthday, Jess. Jess, bring the Spirow in here. Will I shiny hunt in this or just Legends? Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Anne-Marie. I could shiny hunt in this. I could straight up do shiny hunting in this, but I won't do that probably until after like post game. Like, I do actually think it'd be kind of neat to shiny hunt some Johto Pokemon in Fire Red Leaf Green. I think that could be pretty fun. So I'm not going to focus on shiny hunting during the playthrough until we get to the legendaries. But then, you know, based off of what's going on in the Pokemon world, by the time we get there in, like, you know, 8 months or a year or whatever, yeah, we could do some shiny hunting here. It's got to be for something that I think would be either good for the channel or fun, because, as you know, there's nothing in this game that I need shiny. So it would be, you know, I do eventually want to go back to shiny hunting for the things I need, right? Oh yeah, I'll definitely be hunting Deoxys. I'll be hunting Ho-Oh. I'll be hunting Lugia. I might be hunting the legendary birds and no, I mean, I just might as well hunt the legendary birds and Mewtwo, because I only get one chance. Breakout work is saying, oh, luck. Thank you so much, Jess. Yeah. Outside of that, I'm not sure. We'll see where we're at. Just got a Discord notification from Ken on his Discord, and from what you could read, you think it was about him asking if he should do this challenge that I'm doing. Is he really? Came out there just straight up stealing my ideas, huh? I'm just kidding. No, I mean, I think it'd be fun. I think I've always wanted to do a challenge like this. I've just never really had a reason to. And I was sitting there last night trying to figure out what I could do on Fire Red Leaf Green that I would enjoy and not just be like, well, I guess I'm hunting for something else I don't need. Dang it, Peter. I thought, this might be a chance to actually attempt what some people consider one of the hardest Pokemon challenges there are. I'm influencing you, Clocky. Stop it. I needed a shiny Ho-Oh, so maybe I'll hunt that in game, and also need a shiny Deoxys. Do it. I can't believe the Spirow is taking so freaking long. What challenge am I doing? Christopher Larson, I'm glad you asked. If someone would be so kind as to put in the chat !oak, I could then read it and not mess up my wordage when I explain it. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Eric. Professor Oak challenge. Every Pokemon that can be found before a gym must be caught and evolved as far as possible before taking on the gym leader. Welcome to the grind. So, for example, you'll see below the game it says 7 out of 21. There are 21 Pokemon I can have before I take on Brock. Not only does that include things like Bulbasaur, Rattata, Mankey, Pidgey, but fully evolved forms. So by the time I take on Brock, I will have a Venusaur, I will have a Pidgeot, I'll have a Primeape, I'll have a Butterfree, I'll have a Beedrill. So that's what I got to do. And yeah, so we'll blow through the gym once we get there. And then before we take on Misty, we have to catch every single Pokemon and evolve every single Pokemon between Pewter City and Cerulean City. Actually, even more than that, because that will include Vermilion stuff, Diglett Tunnel. I mean, there's no Pokemon to catch, but we'll do like the SSN. Well, I get all the starters. I currently have all 3 starters in my team. Because I transferred in the Charmander and the Squirtle from another game, I traded them over, they will only listen to me up through level 10. So what we're going to do with Charmander and Squirtle is we're going to get them up to level 10, then we're going to box them. Once we beat Misty, we'll be able to get them up to level 30, and then we'll box them. And then once we beat Erica, we'll be able to fully evolve them. Because once they hit level 10, they won't listen to me anymore. Once we beat Misty, they will listen to me up to level 30. So that's how we're going to be handling those. And off stream, I will be playing through another save file of Fire Red to get all those version exclusives. And as we get to a point in Leaf Green where we come across the version exclusives, I will transfer over the Fire Red versions. I don't think any of them will be affected by the obedience mechanic. No, not from home. So I bought Leaf Green, which we're playing on the Switch 2 right now, and I also bought Fire Red, which I have on my Switch OLED. So what I did, and if there's anybody here that has like a Switch and a Switch 2, and you're thinking about buying both games, this is how you do it to get all 3 starters. Leaf Green, I started a copy yesterday. I picked Charmander. I started up Fire Red. I picked Squirtle. I played through the game far enough so that I dropped off Oak's parcel, got the Pokeballs. I caught a Rattata or a Pidgey or whatever, went to the Pokemon Center, went to the 2nd floor, and I traded. I traded a Pidgey for the Charmander. So then in Fire Red, I had Squirtle and Charmander. Then I deleted the save file on the Switch 2 and started a new file this morning when stream started and picked Bulbasaur. And once we got the parcel, we got the Pokeballs, we went to the Pokemon Center, and I traded 2 Pidgey from Leaf Green into Fire Red for the Fire Reds, Squirtle, and Charmander. What's up, Kemu? Tommy, you got your Nintendo Switch 2 yesterday. Now you're ready for Pokemon Wind and Waves next year. That's awesome. Yeah, the console is really big. When you look at it, it doesn't look huge, but like once you're playing it, like once you got once you got your hands on it, it does feel noticeably larger. Razzie, I struggled with trying to get that sentence out without it being a "that's what she said." That was the most difficult thing I tried to "that's what she said" in my life. Gonna be lurking while playing Breath of the Wild, Switch 2 Edition, Hyrule Warriors, Age of Imprisonment, PLZA Switch 2 Edition, Grounded, Animal Crossing New Horizons Switch 2 Edition, Xenoblade 3, and Xenoblade X Deluxe Edition. Nice, Tyler. Tyler, I have a question for you about Xenoblade X Deluxe Edition. I heard there's a Switch 2 edition of Xenoblade X Deluxe Edition. I believe it's called Xenoblade X Deluxe Edition Switch 2 Edition. It's like a $5 upgrade for the graphics, and I heard that didn't really work out well. I don't know if that's true or not. Airy! What's going on, Airy? Unfortunately for me, that is indeed the phrase that she uttered. It's true. It's your birthday tomorrow. Well, happy early birthday. What's the best case you can get? You get paid next week? Best case? It's a good question. I don't have a case for my Switch 2. I would highly recommend, if you haven't already, putting a screen protector on it. Make sure you definitely put a screen protector onto the Switch 2. All right, Peter learned Gust. That's fantastic. Where the heck is Spirow? That was Airy, not Eric. You guys need to get different names. You need different names so that you can match my pronunciations better. Are you sure it spawns this game? I already caught one. I got one. But I need to get a second one because eventually we're going to do a trade and they're going to ask for a Spirow. Eric or Jerry? Jerry, don't even start. Jerry. This is the first you've heard of Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition having Nintendo Switch 2 Edition. Yeah, so I saw a video about it the other day, Tyler. And the moral of the story is it's not worth the $5. Apparently, the $5 for the quote-unquote graphics upgrade to the Switch 2 doesn't make a lick of difference. To the point where they were actually... Nintendo was actually issuing refunds. The mic doesn't pick up the C. I try to do Eric. Can you hear the C when I do Eric? Also, this isn't the whole bit. I hope you guys know that I'm not actually annoyed by it. I figured this is a bit that this is a channel bit. We got Airy, Jerry, Eric, Larry, Gary, Mary, and Sam. And it's just gonna be a channel bit for the rest of eternity. I'm seething. I really am. How the channel bit was your mic quality. Dang! Clocky. Oh my goodness. You know, that especially hurts because I got a completely different microphone because you guys always made fun of my quality. And I bought a microphone that Razzie recommended. That hurts. For those of you that don't know, for the first 2 years of my channel, I had a different microphone and the microphone was pointing the wrong way and I didn't realize it. Best game for Nintendo Switch 2 right now? I love Donkey Kong Bonanza, Tommy. I absolutely loved Donkey Kong Bonanza. I would highly recommend that. I did not pick up the DLC. I was not interested in what I saw with the DLC. But the main game of Donkey Kong Bonanza, I had a blast. I had so much fun with it. It really gave me Mario Odyssey vibes. If anything, it's a testament to how clear and succinct you are when you speak. Clocky, I can't tell if you're teasing me anymore. Sometimes I can tell if you make tease or you make compliment. Here's level 10. Nice. Let's switch in TI. Matchu. What's up, Matchu? You have Donkey Kong Bonanza. Did you enjoy it? I enjoyed it. Keep on guessing. I am constantly guessing with you. I love it. You keep me on my toes. Makes me so happy. Thank you all for hanging out. How are we doing on likes? I haven't checked that in a while. I don't even know what for likes we are. $39 likes. Holy smokes. Come on, guys. You know this by now. If we hit a like goal, you got to let me know. And send me a new one. Let's get a like goal of 50. We may never know. The world may never know. How's the software saying this game is pretty fast? That's a great question, Christopher. I actually haven't tried it out yet. Let's try it out after this battle. Is Mario Kart World real good? So, that's a great question, Tommy. I'm not much of a competitive player. I'm not here, or I'm not much of a, thank you, Amory, much of a racer. I really enjoy the open world aspect of it and finding all the different challenges and coins and everything across the world. I really like that. Wolf and Toon is making fun of me right there because there was a period of time where him, Jerry, and I would race each other and they would constantly just lap me because I'm terrible at racing. I will let them speak more about the racing aspect of the game and whether or not they enjoy it. But I do enjoy the open world aspect and being able to just like kind of travel around. It's a really fun, for me, a really fun game. Just kind of, you know, throw a movie or TV show on and just explore. And then you can do cool things like this. Hold on. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to save. Dang it, I hit the R button again. You want to race me, Eric? I mean, eventually it's going to happen. Eventually I'll get back in Mario Kart World, and then you're going to just absolutely embarrass me in front of everybody. All right, hold on. First, let's test out the soft reset. That's pretty quick. Oh, the previously on. Yeah, that's pretty quick. All right. But you can do neat things like this on Mario Kart World. Hey, this is a blast from the past. Look at this one. Nice. Where is... When did I get the Switch to? This one was a tough one. But yeah, I loved exploring the world and finding all the different challenges and everything and trying to beat them. What's up, the guy? So yeah, in this one you had to get to the goal before the train did. That one took me forever. Guy, so I was just showing off a Mario Kart World video right there, but we are playing Pokemon Leaf Green, doing Professor Oak Challenge. Basically, before I get to Brock, I have to catch and fully evolve as far as I can, as far as possible, every single Pokemon. So by the time I beat Brock, I'm going to have a Venusaur, have a Pidgeot. It's going to be pretty wild. Right now, at the moment, not only am I leveling up Pokemon, which is nice, but I'm trying to find a second Spirow, because eventually I'm going to have to do a trade with an NPC, and they're going to ask for a Spirow. You hate how underrated Bulbasaur is? It's your favorite Kanto starter? Bulbasaur is pretty sweet, and although for me personally, my favorite Kanto starter is Squirtle, Bulbasaur is pretty awesome, and Bulbasaur is the one I had to go with in this one, because as you know, loving Bulbasaur, Ivysaur evolves into Venusaur at level 32, whereas Wartortle evolves into Blastoise, and Charmeleon evolves into Charizard at level 36. So this gives us a little bit of a break. All right, once we get this Spirow, once we find this gosh dang Spirow that says 10%, but I don't believe it, we're going to open up a 10-pack. There's a Spirow. There it is. There it is. Holy crap, that took forever. Oh my gosh, we've been here for like an hour, practically. Bulbasaur's also best for Kanto. It's definitely going to give us an advantage in the first two gyms, although I'm not too worried about having the advantage because we're going to be like over level 36, or level 32 at that point. No, it's not a Fire exclusive. It's Matthew, I'm playing Leaf Green. It says it's a 10. Bulbapedia says it's a. That was terrible. Why did I put Sour Punch in? Bulbapedia says it's a 10% spawn. I don't believe it. Encounters. Matthew, I've been looking for this thing for like at least 45 minutes. All right, can I do anything to this without knocking it out? I swear if it gets KO'd. Okay, good. Clocky with the 30 months of membership. Let's get some hype in the chat. Oh, come on. It might be AM. Is it the full name is AM Clockwork? It might be Clocky as well. Yeah, if you guys don't know AM Clockwork, amazing dude, great hugger, and another awesome content creator. Puts out videos every day. Knows his stuff. And very funny, hilarious dude. Great hugger, such a good. You really are. You really are. I was very fortunate a couple years ago. I got to meet up with Clocky and his wife, along with the Dice Art Universe, Amber and Dorian, and we all hung out for the weekend. And Kelsey, Hack Attack, and Clocky. He does the good hug. What's up, Loops? Good to see you. Okay, let's focus at the moment. Let's focus on getting Squirtle and Charmander up to level 10, so I can drop them in the box, so we'll have room for the Weedle and the Caterpie. I am playing Leaf Green. How much are micro SD EX cards? I don't know that off the top of my head. Maybe someone else in here would know. Pidgeot and the starters are going to take about 40 hours. Can you believe it? 40 freaking hours. That's going to be crazy. Getting way more flexible as he gets older, though. Hoping here soon we can figure something out. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, meet up again. I'd love to meet up again. What model of Texas Instruments calculator is that Rattata? That's a good question, Harry. Matthew, you're a smart man that knows things. What Pokemon has the highest experience gain? Up to Brock. 5-star speed stat horse in Breath of the Wild. Only found it because you were just watching some dude's challenge run and he showed where to get it. Oh, nice! By Giant Horses location. That's awesome. Congratulations, Tyler. Is it really 40 hours, Matthew? We might have to start doing longer streams or more of them. Now, Matthew, here's the thing. You said Pidgeot and the starters. Look. Seriously? Another Spirow that quickly. Pidgeot and Venusaur. I'm not going to be leveling up to Charizard and Blastoise before Brock. So I'm sure that'll cut it down by a decent amount. Okay, Squirtle's level 10, so we're done with Squirtle. More heavy streams for months now. We might have a reason now. We might actually have a reason. Yeah, so here's what's going on with my Pokemon are trash. Jeff, what do you mean they're trash? It's literally every Pokemon I can have. I'm literally catching every Pokemon available. How can they all be trash? Squirtle and Charmander are traded in. Once they hit level 10, they're going to stop listening to me until after I beat Misty. So once Squirtle and Charmander are level 10, I'm going to drop them in the box. I'm not going to worry about them until after we beat Misty. Once we beat Misty, I'll bring them back out. We'll get them up to level 30. And then they're going to stop listening to me again. And I'm going to throw them back in the box again. And then once we beat Erica, I'll bring them back out and finish evolving them. So, yeah. So I'm assuming that'll probably cut down on the amount of time needed. Some people might disagree with that choice. Some people might say, you know what, Hefty? Suck it up and deal with them not listening to you. Just put them at the front of your party and trade them out. And to that I say, no. 5-star speed stat, horses will always have a 2-star strength stat and 3-star stamina stat. Stamina isn't an issue because the ancient horse armor pieces, though. Strength is a horse's HP stat. Nah, okay, I gotcha. Suck it up and deal with it? No. To be fair, I did a lot of research on the Oak Challenge yesterday, Professor Oak Challenge. To be fair, typically, the unobtainable Pokemon in a game aren't even included. So typically a Professor Oak's challenge only includes one starter and does not include any of the version exclusives from the other game. So I'm already kind of changing it a little bit. Professor Oak challenge: every Pokemon that can be found before a gym must be caught evolved as far as possible before taking on the gym leader. Welcome to the grind, and what a grind it's going to be. Tyler, this is Leaf Green. Leveling up your Pikachu to the best you can before taking on boss. You got 2 badges, and forget what level you can push it to before it starts messing around. You have 2 badges at level. Well, hold on. Did you catch it? Because this is a common misconception. The obedience mechanic only matters for Pokemon that you're not the original trainer for. So, like, I could get my Venusaur up to level 100 before I take on the first gym. That's fine. It's not going to be an issue. But if I have a Pokemon that was traded to me, then there are levels to obedience. And the obedience level goes up every second badge. So Charmander, for example, is now level 10. Charmander was traded to me. It is now level 10. Since it is level 10, it will now stop listening to me until I have the second badge. Then it'll listen to me up to level 30. Once I get the 4th badge, it'll listen to me up to level 50. Once I get the 6th badge, it'll listen to me up to level 70. And once I get the 8th badge, it will listen to me up to level 100. Level 9 Squirtle not being able to KO level 4 Rattata with a stab moves wild. Maybe that was like the most defensive Rattata ever, Matthew. Did you ever think of that? You have Dratini at the game corner. Last night, the base of Mount Mooney did 2 whole hours worth of encounters before he found 1 singular Nidoran male. That's crazy. Yeah, so the Nidorans aren't version exclusive per se, but one gender will be a lot more common in your version than the other. Dratini costs more in Leaf Green than Fire Red. Looks like we're going to be doing a lot of gambling, Matthew. We're going to be doing a lot of gambling on stream. Found at least 15 girls. That's a lot of girls. Caught it level 3 and now it's at level 10, then you're good. Nathan, if you caught it, you don't have to worry about it not listening to you. It will always listen to you. All right, let's put away Charmander. And Squirtle. Let's bring, I forgot about Spirow. Let's bring John out. Gamble on stream? Heck yeah, we are. And then let's go capture a Weedle or Caterpie. See what's first. What's up, Shiny Bulbaking? Good to see you. Caught a Jigglypuff, Nitter, and female and called it a night. All right, here we go. All right, guys, we're finally heading to Viridian Forest. Oh, first we gotta deal with this guy. No shiny starter flow. I'm actually not shiny hunting. This is going to be a Professor Oak challenge playthrough. Every Pokemon that can be found before gym must be caught and evolved as far as possible before taking on the gym leader. So by the time I beat Brock, I will have a Venusaur, I'll have a Pidgeot, etc. Also, I forgot they made an NPC. Matthew, I can and will time you out. We're supposed to open up packs. So while this guy is doing his thing, let's open up some packs. What do you say? We're going to open up a 10 pack because they gave us like 1 billion hourglasses. I don't have a single chase card from this new set. I have a ton of base cards, but I haven't gotten a single, even 1-star chase card. But we're going to change that today. Here we go. Let's get some hype in the chat. What's up, Gamers World? Thank you, Amory. You are my shiny charm when it comes to cards. Bramblin, Iono, Quaxwell, Maschiff, and oh, we got the Grievard. See, I just need Anne-Marie here. You guys subscribe and head off. All right, Nathan, thank you so much for the sub and have a great rest of your day. Thanks for being here. Varoom, Mankey, Annihilate, Shroodle, and Mousehold. That's a good pack. All new cards. Bramblin, Messagoza, Mankey, Palmy, Doxbun. That was a stinky pack. Frigibax. Cam, you doing your James impression? Flamigo. Wug Trio. Tarantula. Kilowattrel. Cloth. Gimmighoul. Another Grievard. Charcadet. Oh, I like that card. And Espathra. Doxbun. Shroodle. Bramblin. Smoliv. Another Grievard. Anne-Marie, please. Tinkatink. Big Air Balloon. Primeape. Quaxley. And Skeledirge. Nice. Get absolutely dogged on. There's Grievard. Tandemaus. Flittle. Messagoza. Ooh, Mousehold. Okay. All right. That's cute. They look like they're having fun. They're a nice, happy little family. Cyclizar. Sprigatito. Tinkatink. Tinkatink. Annihilate. Capsakid. Primeape. Quaxwell. Graphii. Rabska. All right, well, we got 12 Grievard cards, so that's pretty sweet. We're going to open up another 10-pack tomorrow because they have just been so generous. Ooh, and 10,000 cards collected. Love Grievard, right? Okay, let's get back to it. 9,500. You're getting close. It's a fun card to suit. Well, I'll have to check it out. What's up, JJ? That's right, 10,000 Club. Oh, we got the Teachy TV that can teach us what we need to know about Pokemon. See, this is how it should be done. You know what? I'm going to speak for a minute about the beauty that is Teachy TV. If you're not familiar with Teachy TV, this is what it is. It's a tutorial. It is a built-in tutorial to teach you everything you need to know about Pokemon. And it's optional. In these games, they say, here's the game, go play it. And you start to play. And then you meet this old dude. He's got his coffee. He says, hey, I can teach you how to play Pokemon. If you want to. It's an option. It's there if you need it. If you don't, fine. You don't have to use it. But if you have questions, that's how you find out. An optional tutorial. Who would have thought in a Pokemon game? Do we have balls? We got 4 balls. That should be enough. That'll be enough for Caterpie and Weedle. I don't know if that's going to be enough for Pikachu. Man, I can't wait to get the running shoes in 3 months. Got a slushie last night. First one since the summer. Really at the spot. What flavor slushie? Have I finished the ZA Shalfa Dex? I have not. That might be like a very long-term thing. I did complete my living dex, not my Shalfa dex, not my shiny dex, but my living dex the other day, and I almost cried tears of joy that I could play another game. I gotta be honest. I went back to it this morning to get the Garchompite, and that might be, yikes. We need some money. That might be the last time for a while I play it. Metapod, Kakuna, and Pika are all 5% encounters. Well, the only one I really care about from that is Pikachu. Metapod and Kakuna. I will catch a Metapod or Kakuna if I see that before a Caterpie or Weedle. But otherwise, I'm just going to level them up. Do we have balls? Oh my gosh. Jerry, come on now. That's silly. I almost hit the R button again. I swear to God, it's going to happen nonstop. I'm going to want to hit the R button to save. Coke Slushie, that's a good choice. I do like a good Coke Slushie. All right. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all. I know we got some new people here in the chat. If you're lurking, that's awesome. We do love the lurkers. I do stream every Saturday and Sunday at this time. I might even start streaming some more because this challenge is going to take a while. There's our Caterpie. Well, let's catch this Caterpie. Could get a Butterfree with compound eyes before catching their Pika. That'd be cool. Catch one holding a light ball. That would be pretty cool. We hit the light goal. Nice. Can we get a light goal for 60? Let's get a light goal for 60, please. Peter's going to knock it out. Kyle might be your best bet here. Light goal 60. Thank you, Christopher. All right. Is tackle going to knock it out? Nope. Perfect. Okay. We'll hit it one more time because I don't even think a crit will knock that out. Smart people in the chat, remind me. I believe in Gen 3, if I remember my Emerald Kaizo correctly, in Gen 3, critical hits are 2 times standard damage instead of 1.5 times, right? In later gens, crit was 1.5, but back in Gen 3, it was 2 times. And we got it 2 times. All right, great. Thank you, Jerry. Christopher Larson, can you please give me a name for Caterpie? Thank you, Matthew. This is a female Caterpie. It will eventually be a female Butterfree, if that makes any difference. Christopher Larson, please give me a name. Bugsy. All right, we got Bugsy. Okay, so now we gotta get a Weedle and a Pikachu. I don't want to run into any of the trainers yet. We're gonna save the trainers until after we get our Butterfree and Weedle. I'm going to assume that the Mankey and Spirow at this point. I'm going to assume Mankey and Spirow are going to be the highest experienced Pokemon I can fight at the moment. This would be a good place for Pidgey to get some levels too. The thing is, I can grab Pikachu and just throw it in the box. I don't need to do anything with the Pikachu. John, what do you have, John? You have Peck. All right. Every time you hear the train go by, you hear clacking. Yep, that'll do it. Spirow Makey. Okay, thank you, Matthew. Yeah, Spirow Makey, you're gonna be the best. I think all the trainers in Viridian Forest, except for I think one Pikachu trainer, all the trainers have bug-type Pokemon, right? Do you have experience share in this game? They do have experience share, but it's later on in the game. You need to catch a certain number of Pokemon, and you get it from one of Professor Oak's assistants. Slow too, but they evolve so fast. Yeah, exactly, Matthew. So I want to get Caterpie and Weedle evolved quickly, get those out of the way, and then I think I'm gonna use all the trainers in Viridian Forest for Spearow and Pidgey. There's one camper, okay. Draconified, how you doing, bud? Are you playing Fire Red Leaf Green? And again, I want to say thank you to everybody that's hanging out here with me today. I know we got probably some new people here. I'm typically a shiny Pokemon hunter, but we got a couple of things going on now. Fire Red Leaf Green just came out. I'd be dumb not to play it. And two, I have all the huntable shinies. At this point, what I've been doing is I've been re-hunting about 24 shinies I need to get in Premier Balls for my shiny Premier Living Dex. So I figured, what the heck? Let's try something different. Hey, there's a Metapod. Let's try something different and do a Professor Oak challenge, which I've never done before and I've always wanted to try. Rain, what's going on? Happy Saturday. How you doing? You don't have it? Okay, I didn't know if maybe you picked it up or what. I know a lot of people are playing it for the first time this weekend, which is awesome. It is a fantastic game. Actually, Metapod would be a good one for the lower levels to level up on. Let's throw TI back out there. What's up, Matthew? March 14th, Scorboni Community Day. Nice, nice. I'm looking forward to that one. I know my friend Chem Nation's going to be looking forward to that one, too. Yeah, Metapod will give a decent amount of experience for the lower level Pokemon. It's just going to take a while to not... Ooh, nice crit. You love to see a crit. How much would I spend on a wedding? I don't even know. I don't know. Like, what are they even now? Like, 20, 30, 40, $50,000? Thankfully, I'm not going to spend any money on it. Her Pops is going to spend all the money on it. Her Pops is going to foot the bill. Metapod looks upset. It really does. What's the best Pokemon card you got? I don't really collect a lot of Pokemon cards. I had some from back in the day. I got some cards from like 99, 2000. But I've given those as gifts to people over the years. I don't really collect Pokemon cards because I have a terrible, terrible collector mentality of if I get something, I need to get all of something. But I do have a couple of complete McDonald's sets, booster bundle sets. And a good friend of the channel, John Streckert, sent me the full art Poliwhirl card from the 151 and this full art Regidrago. Both very meaningful Pokemon to me, but that is my favorite card ever. Ever. It's never gonna get better than that. Built like a roach. Thanks for that, Chicon. I appreciate it. What's up, Tick? If you love someone, you go into debt. Probably. Have I seen Pokemon Gen 10 yet? I saw the video yesterday, yeah. Yep, big old Pokemon Presents yesterday. Oh, Christopher, I'm not getting married. JJ was just asking how much I would pay for a wedding, and my point was that I mean, I might, I might contribute, but typically the father of the bride pays for that. But at this point, the father of the bride is probably going to be dead. So I don't know. But no, I'm not getting married. All right, we got 9. We got the Weedle. All we need now is the Pikachu. Go for broke when paying for a wedding. Most people only have a few in a lifetime, right? All right, Matthew, Wolf and Tune, give me a Weedle name. Pay for the marriage license? Yeah, I'll pay for that. That sounds fair. Then she tells me they're going to put it on their credit card. So you did the math on interest for them, and then came back and she said you must have heard wrong. You said, yeah, I mean, I think it's probably pretty common for people to put at least part of a. Yes, Matthew. Hey, what's up, Mewtwo? At least part of a wedding on credit cards. I mean, I would imagine, particularly nowadays, not a lot of people have an extra 25 grand just sitting around in a savings account. Oh, that's the nickname, Hefty. Okay, that's mean, but okay. It's also going to be confusing because my character's name is Hefty. But whatever, Matthew. Whatever. Larva. 25K is like change. Dang! Wish I had a job like you, Cheekon. That'd be nice. No shiny. John. Hero, you found Pikachu. Congratulations. The only Calistor was pretty mediocre. Yeah, I didn't buy the ticket, particularly because I knew I'd be missing the first 3 hours of going around outside, and we have a 70% chance of snow tomorrow. So I'm not expecting any shinies. I am hoping that some of my friends invite me to some raids. I need to get a Xerneas, Yveltal, Latios, and Heracross to transfer into home. Just got Fire Red. Nice, Logan. Do you know who your starter is going to be? Tick, this is Pokemon Leaf Green. Let's go heal up a little bit. Only got 1 shiny, but 2 hundos. What was your 1 shiny, Mewtwo? Sprout, okay. Was that a new one for you? I think that was one of the first community days I did. Whoops. OG game. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I haven't played this in quite a while. You didn't see any Latios today? That might be tomorrow. Or no, I think Latios is today and Latios is tomorrow. It's mega raids. According to the Leak Duck thing, it said that there's going to be a whole bunch of mega raids today and tomorrow, and some of them were depending on the day. I had one back for 2020. Yeah, same here. I'm not too terribly concerned about the Latios and Latios because I'm sure I'll get another chance to get those at some point. But I definitely want to get the Heracross. Heracross is my #1 get. And I was hoping I'd get Halucha, but that ain't gonna happen because it's locked behind stupid 10-kilometer eggs. So, oh well. I will go out later on and grab a couple of Honedge. I do need 2 more Honedge for my Go decks, and then I need 1 to transfer into Home. Laddies might be tomorrow's side Gen 6 Box Art Legends. Did you see any Mega raids? Yeah, JJ, could be. I don't know. I don't have my interest calculator in front of me, but yeah, that'd be a lot. What's up, good heavens, good sir? All right, let's get this Pikachu. And we're gonna head back to where the Mankeys are. Saw a few. Everyone seems to be doing Dragonite. Oh yeah, that was like the Ultra Mega battles or whatever. Ultra Mega raids. I think Dragonite and Victory Bell are today, and then Dragonite and Malamar are tomorrow, and you need at least 7 people in order to even do it. Do I have Adventure Sync enabled and linked to my Pokemon Go? I do. How much is it to buy this, Jonchi? It's $19.99, which I do feel is a little overpriced, to be honest, but at least you get the event tickets, and I'm looking at it more as like an investment for my channel. Happy 30th anniversary to you too, Sean the Great Gamer. What I think of the trailer, like the presents overall was pretty much what I expected. There were a few things that surprised me. I was genuinely surprised there wasn't any news on home compatibility with Legends ZA. That said, I'm happy they did confirm home compatibility with Fire Red Leaf Green at, you know, a later date. I was genuinely surprised that they're releasing XD Gale of Darkness before they release Coliseum. And I was surprised how much we got of Wind and Waves, but even more surprised that's not coming out till next year. Somewhere between 11 months to 21 months from now. Is it only GBA, or it's already add-on from Nintendo Switch Online? So, are you talking about Fire Red Leaf Green? So, they did not add Fire Red Leaf Green to the Nintendo Switch Online Game Boy Advance. And, you know, there's some people that are upset about that. There's some people that are happy about that. I'm not taking sides. It's just, it's the fact. It's not part of Nintendo Switch Online. It is a separate, purchasable game, played like any other, you know, digital version of a game. And it's available on Switch and Switch 2. How long does it take to hatch eggs with the Adventure Sync enabled while riding the bike? Well, it doesn't, Christopher, because I'm not moving, and the phone is stationary on the little. There's a little pad on the front of the bike where you can put like a tablet or whatever, and that's where I put my phone. So as far as the phone and the app is concerned, I'm not moving. So that's the only stinky thing about the stationary bike is it's not helpful at all with hatching eggs. And freaking Anne-Marie, I don't know why. I'm always so nice to Anne-Marie, and then she always does so many things to be mean to me. I opened up a gift that Anne-Marie sent me this morning, and it included an egg that took up my last egg slot. So I can't get any Calistor eggs. I'm teasing you, Anne-Marie. I figure if I don't tease you, no one will tease you. And that's just a sad world to live in. All right, I've made an executive decision. We're not going to be battling any more Weedles or Caterpies. We're just going to run from those battles. We got to get this Pikachu, and then once we get the Pikachu, we can head back to the Mankey. Man, I cannot wait to get running shoes. It's just too bad it'll be like August before that happens. You're 15 Butterfree. Oh, when you were 15, Butterfree was your very first Pokemon. Been fully trained a lot when seen you still had special Pokemon. That's awesome. I do like Butterfree. Anne-Marie, we have not guessed the plush yet today. I guess we should. Is it already 12:15? Holy smokes. All right. This is the part of the stream where I have a Pokemon plush on my desk. It's right here. You can't see it, but I can. You have to guess what that Pokemon is. If you guess it right, you will win, in honor of Pokemon's 30th anniversary, you will win 30 cool points. Get to guessing. It is not Hoppip. It's not Woopa. Oh, wait. Kakuna... Does Kakuna have Poison Sting? If you encounter it in the wild, does it have Poison Sting? Or just Harden? Is it like Metapod? I think it's just Harden. Not Hoppip, not Woopa. You guys don't get it after a couple minutes, I'll start giving hints. Not Charmander. Not Bellsprout, not Girafarig, not Orthworm. Rain, one day I'm going to have an Orthworm, and we're going to have a party. Not Riolu. What's up, Mr. Jano? Not Cherubi, not Articuno. I see what you're doing, Eric. Not Mega Mewtwo Y. Not Butterfree. Not Eevee. But Jonshi getting it real quick. It is, in fact, Bulbasaur. Come on, guys. You knew I had to go with Bulbasaur today. 30th anniversary. First Pokemon in the National Dex. Starter in this playthrough of Leaf Green. All the clues were there. It is Bulbasaur. Good job, Jonshi. Apple Exercise or Google Fit account. I don't have an Apple Exercise or Google Fit account. I didn't think about that, Christopher. That is something I might look into. I didn't think about that, but no. The only thing I use is the app specific for the bike. Can you get 29.5 cool points for the Gen 1 starter? Yes. Yes, you can. Mewtwo. But Jonshi has you beat with the 30 points. You pick Bulbasaur as your starter? Nice. Alright, where be this Pikachu? And thank God this is the last one we have to... I'm gonna save after this battle. Thank God this is the last one we have to catch, because I'm getting low on funds. I can't buy any more Pokeballs. But congratulations, Jonshi. You can now walk out of the stream at the end with the feeling, the sense of accomplishment that you have earned 30 cool points. Bulbasaur is the best Gen 1 starter. It's a pretty good one. I don't think there's a bad one in the bunch, personally. I do have a favorite, but I think all three of them are great. Your childhood all over again, right, Santos? What's a big cheese? Quick attack. Nice. Pine. Mahogany. Oh, I see what you're doing, Big Cheese. You're funny. Gekwa. Dang it, I hit the R button again. Gekwa. I have not made a decision yet. I need to wait for these three starters to grow on me. Hopefully not like a fungus. But apparently I have like at least probably a year to let them grow on me before I have to choose. Another Metapod. What the heck? Matthew, didn't you say the Metapod was a 5% chance? How come I'm seeing so many Metapods and Kakuna, but I haven't seen any Pikachu yet? Grow like a tree. Pickin' Pombon. That seems to be... I mean, I've seen a lot of people say Brout. I've seen a lot of people say Gekwa. But I think I've seen the most people say Pombon. Pombon's going to turn into some cheerleader with fireball pom-poms. That wouldn't be the craziest thing, Mewtwo. Kind of like a fire Pom Pom or Choreo? You're gonna pick Gekwa, Eric? Yeah, I haven't decided yet which one I want. What's up, Gym Leader Son? Good to see you. It has been a minute. How you doing? How's college? What's going on? Give me all the deets. You had the Bulbasaur plush by you, so you went with it? Nice. Let's get... Oh, let's go ahead and start getting Bugsy in here. What am I even thinking? What am I even thinking? We should have been doing this for a while now. Another Metapod. What the heck? College, like usual, has been freaking exhausting, but on Wednesday you finished your midterm exams, and now you're on spring break. Nice. Love to hear it. Bonbon's a Pomeranian. Thank you. I knew it was based off a particular type of dog. I could not think of the name. Here is your 20... I can't believe... I said that for every 20 minutes, and I feel like it's every 2 minutes. Anyone who's playing Fire Red Leaf Green, after this battle that you're in, make sure you save. DI has a lot of hits. That's right. Do I plan to get all 3 stars? In fact, Santos, I have all 3 starters. Charmander and Squirtle are currently in the PC. I got both of them up to level 10, and because I traded them in from Fire Red, they won't listen to me until after I get Misty's badge. So they are here. We did train them up to level 10. After we get Misty's badge, we'll train them up to level 30. After we get Erica's badge, we'll train them up the rest of the way so they can evolve into Charizard and Blastoise. Nice. That was a good experience. That was like more than half a level. Show me that Pikachu. That's a Caterpie. A tutorial? You know, I might. No, you're not the first person to ask me how to do that. Now, the only thing is it involves having 2 systems and 2 games. Unless, you know, you're doing it with a friend. But yeah, could certainly do that. It's how every generation I end up getting all 3 stars for my initial playthrough. I might do a video on that. I might need some help on that, though. Can you talk about Pokemon Horizon spoilers? Sure. Unless someone complains, I don't have a problem with that. Home is not compatible with Fire Red Leaf Green right now. It will be at some point. If anyone's wondering how I got all 3 stars in one game, I'll explain it. So, I have 2 systems. I have the Switch 2 that I'm playing on right now. We're playing Leaf Green on my Switch 2. And I still have my Switch OLED. Right? And man, that is nasty. I gotta clean that screen. This has Fire Red, Switch 2 as Leaf Green. So last night, I started up a Leaf Green save file, and I picked Charmander. Right? I played until I gave Oak the parcel. He gave me Pokeballs. I caught a Pidgey. I went back to Viridian City. On Fire Red, I started up a save file. I picked Squirtle. I played until I gave Oak the parcel. He gave me the Pokeballs. I caught a Pidgey. I went back to Vermilion City. Actually, I didn't have to catch a Pidgey, but it doesn't matter. Once both my games were in Vermilion City, I went to the 2nd floor of the Poke Center and connected to trade. And I traded, I traded the Pidgey on this game over to the game with the Charmander. And trade the Charmander. So then on this game, I had Squirtle and Charmander. And then this morning, I deleted the save file from the Switch 2 on Leaf Green. And when stream started, I created a new save file on Leaf Green. I got Oak the parcel. He gave me the Pokeballs. I went and caught 2 Pidgey. I went back to Viridian City. Went to the Pokemon Center. Went up to the 2nd floor. And then I connected with this, and I traded the 2 Pidgey over for the Squirtle and the Charmander. And then, on this game that I'm playing right now, right here below me, I have Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. And that's how you do it. But it does require both games, and it does require 2 systems. Whether you own the 2 systems, or if you have a friend that owns a system, you can do that. But that's how I personally have been getting all 3 starters in my initial playthroughs of the last, I can't even count how many generations. Maybe back since Gen 3. Male protagonist in Horizons has 4 Pokemon, and 2 of them are shiny. 2 of those shinies, those 2 shinies can Mega Evolve. Lucario and Rayquaza. You know, I have heard that. That's pretty wild. That's pretty neat. All right, let's get this Pikachu. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Thank you for being here, keeping me company while I do this challenge that is going to take a long time to do. Long time to do. This ain't no getting done in a weekend type deal. I might start adding additional streams. I do stream every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. Although we will probably go later today. Long Tim. None of the 4 protagonists have more than 4 Pokemon? That's crazy. What's the challenge? King of Soap. This is the Professor Oak challenge. Basically, I have to catch and fully evolve as much as possible all Pokemon available before going to the next gym. So, for example, before I take on Brock, I'm going to have a Venusaur. I'm going to have a Pidgeot. I'm going to have a Primeape. I'm going to have a Fearow. Going to be a lot of grinding to get this done, but I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be fun. Meowscarada, Hatterene, Terrapagos, and Armarouge. Roy's Skeledirge, Kilowattrel, Lucario, and Rayquaza. That's nuts. Liko the girl, right? Yeah, because Meowscarada. Okay, yeah, so... Oh, it's already Meowscarada. I didn't expect that already. I guess it is, what, like 3 seasons in? I guess that is far along. Quaquaval, Tinkaton, and Golden Go. Okay. We may be getting extra Hess streams. Has been the highlight of your day. Yeah, it's probably going to... I'm going to try and do a balance of more streams and longer streams. But I got to balance that with my personal life too, right? Like, would I like to be able to stream all day long today and tomorrow? Absolutely. But then that means I'll be going back to work on Monday, having had no rest for myself, not have been able to get any of my errands done or chores, things like that. Not a Nuzlocke. It is a Professor Oak challenge. I cannot battle Brock, for example, until after my Bulbasaur has become a Venusaur, my Pidgey's become a Pidgeot, etc. So right below the game, you'll see 9 out of 21. I currently have 9 Pokemon registered. Before I take on Brock, that number has to be 21. No! Yes, Jesse James Knight. Where the heck is this Pikachu? We're not even seeing any Metapod or Kakuna anymore. Meowscarada is actually the earliest to reach final evolution, evolved into Florigato at episode 45, then Meowscarada at episode 89. How many episodes are there now? Bugsy's gonna get poisoned. I just gotta start taking these out. I don't care if it's like negligible experience. I'm just wasting time. But Nuzlocke. Well, there's a lot of people doing Nuzlocks right now in this game. I'm just not one of them. There's also a lot of people doing starter shiny hunts. I'm just not doing that right now either. I thought I'd try a challenge I've never done before. God's Quaxwell just evolved in Quackball in episode 128. So there's 129 total episodes so far. That's crazy. That's a lot of episodes. No shiny Clauncher. No shiny Clauncher. No shiny Clauncher. Learning this department, I feel guilty. Feel so guilty for your old department right now. Oh yeah. I've trained a lot of people at my company and the company for the one I work at now. And one of the things I've always tried to stress during training is, even if you're never going to do it or use it while you're here, I think it's important that everyone in a company understand what it is that everyone does and how it all relates together. Like, what, you know, it goes from this department to that department, they do that, and that goes to that, and like how it all connects. I think it's important to have a good understanding grasp of what everyone does, even if you're not going to do it, just so you can see how it all connects. I've always tried to stress that. I'm glad you're getting that experience. Made through Rock Tunnel, still your least favorite part of the game all these years later. Rock Tunnel, it's crazy. It's crazy. Rock Tunnel does stink, but specifically because of shiny hunting in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, I know the path like the back of my hand now. Like, I don't even think I'm going to need to use Flash. How many likes would I have to get for me to live stream myself doing a stationary bike class while wearing an afro? 2,000 likes. You're in the pit. Your lunch, by your lunch, the entire pallets will be organized and worked down. You went to your lunchbox at the cooler. There's still 3 pallets there. Oh my gosh. You're collecting $50 Amazon gift cards from your points at work. Sweet. Is there anything particular you want to get from Amazon, or is that just for regular, like, day-to-day items you're going to need in the future? Just trying to get yourself a little cash. Speedrun level 70 Pogo so far. You're 4 million experience after 2 weeks. Pretty fast for your standards. Good job. I am still at level 58. I haven't gone up 1 level since the big re-leveling. The great re-leveling of 2025. Coffee's gone. Can you hold me to that? All right. No, I thought I said 4,000. I'm pretty sure I said 4,000 likes. Let's collect and see what you're at age 40. There you go. All right, come on. Where's the Pikachu? That's not Pikachu. That's not even close to being a Pikachu. That's like the furthest thing from Pikachu that could be. Alright, Metapod. How many tackles do I have left? 18. Yeah, that should be enough to take this out. Since gift cards never expire, that's true. It's smart. It's a Pokemon, I'd say it's pretty close. I guess if you compared it to like all the things that exist in the universe Mewtwo, you have a fair point. I hate how long these battles take, but it's worth it to give all the experience to Caterpie. This will definitely get to level 6, maybe even halfway to level 7. We could have a Metapod ourselves pretty soon. Which would be our first evolution. Who's excited about our first evolution? And I see 50% of you think that Charmander is the best OG Kanto Kanto starter. So many people playing Fire Red Leaf Green again. Who would have thought we'd be here? Who would have thought this day would have happened, right? I am pleasantly surprised with the excitement over these games. I forget who it was. Someone said something yesterday that I thought was really interesting, and I can't wait to see how it plays out. I love the fact there's a whole new generation of people that are playing these games for the first time ever. But I'm really curious to see what those people think about shiny hunting in these games. I think it was Tyler that was talking about that yesterday. I think there's going to be a lot of people that start shiny hunting based off of Legends Arceus, Scarlet and Violet, Legends ZA, and they're going to start shiny hunting in this game, and they're going to be in for a rude awakening. This is the first ever mainline game. You miss it. It's so good. Back in the day, gift cards would get amounts debited from them until they were zeroed out as a maintenance fee. That's scummy. I don't like that. We are on Switch 2. This is I'm playing Leaf Green on the Switch 2. I got Fire Red on the Switch. When you think about shiny hunting in this game, you don't want to talk about it, right? I will probably, no, I mean, I will. I will shiny hunt all the legendaries and mythicals in this game, but I don't feel the need or the desire at all to shiny hunt regular Pokemon in this game, at least right now. Maybe down the road we could do something like, maybe I'll want to like shiny hunt a shiny Poliwhirl in this game. I actually, now I think about it, that'd be pretty cool. I don't have a shiny Poliwhirl from Gen 3. Game sounds are like ASMR to you. I'm glad you can hear them. For some stupid reason, the way that my streaming software is set up, I cannot hear the games. Each game, it seems, has a different volume level for my streaming software, and usually I can kind of hear the games. I cannot hear this game at all, which makes me sad. Play Fire Red on Switch 1? I'm playing Fire Red on Switch 1. How about that? I will also be playing Fire Red on the Switch 1 off stream. I'm going to try and mirror where we are in Leaf Green. I'm not Professor Oaking Fire Red, but I want to be at the same point in both games so that like when we get to, like after we get through Mount Moon and we find Bellsprout in this game, I want to be able to send over an Oddish, which is the version exclusive from that same area in Fire Red. So I want to try and mirror it. Reclaim the shiny Zubat? We might do that, Mewtwo. We might. Alright, come on. Where would this Pikachu be? That's a Caterpie. For people that are smarter than I am, which is like the majority of the people here, can someone just... I'm going a little bit crazy here. Can someone fact check that... Ooh, I just got... it's a Honedge. Busy, I love you, but I'm not using a remote raid pass on the Honedge. I'm sorry. I love you, but it's not happening. Is Pikachu available through the entire forest, or do I have to be like in a different section for Pikachu? Fire Red on Switch 2 over Switch 1 is a game changer. I do like how quick the resets are. I'm so happy after all these years I can soft reset something again. I know I've been using the term incorrectly for years, but this is the first time since Gen 7 I've been able to soft reset something. Waiting for Yellow to be on Switch, that was your first Mon game? Yellow was a good one. I did not buy Yellow for a long time because I was stupid. And like I had Red and Blue and I loved them, and then when Yellow came out, I was like, oh, that's just, they're trying to make they're trying to change the game to match the anime. No, that's not how it's supposed to be, and I didn't pick it up for a long time for some stupid reason. You went to the bush to the right of me and got Pikachu? Okay, I will try that, Kiro. I didn't think so, Jerry. I didn't think so, but you get to that point in a hunt, whether it's, typically it's shiny. This is just regular. You get to that point in a hunt where you start going a little crazy and start doubting everything you know to be true. Alright, that guy I don't think is a trainer. But either way, I'm just going to hang out. Oh, there's a Pokeball there too. Do the Drago... Kiro! Kiro, are you kidding me? Kiro! First encounter. Kiro tells me to go to the grass over here. The very first encounter is a Pikachu. What even the heck? That's wild. You better survive a level 6 Caterpie growled tackle. Okay, good. You went and played golf yesterday? Ooh, how was it, Cheese? Kiro, thank you for bringing the Pika-Luck. Static. Okay, that's what I figured. I want to get it down to at least yellow. One more hit. Dang it. He's going to get this immediately after going to the right. I can't believe that. Thank you so much, Kiro. Alright, there we go. Let's start hucking balls. We got 5 chances. Stay in the ball, Pikachu. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Okay. Alright. Now, let me move that number over because we're at 10. Okay, here's the deal. We have now caught all the Pokemon we need to catch before Brock. Now we just got to evolve them. Shadowman, it's been probably about half an hour. I would guess. Probably about half an hour looking for Pikachu. Kiro, you get to name Pikachu. The only reason I have it is because of you. Name this Pikachu. It's a female Pikachu. Also, if you didn't already know this, I don't know if you would care about this or not. There are no gender differences in Gen 3. Gender differences didn't show up until Gen 4. So if you're looking to get the Pikachu with the heart-shaped tail, unfortunately you're not going to be able to. Pickles. Her name is Pickles. I love it. But yeah, if you didn't know that, there's no visual gender differences in Gen 3. Perfect timing, Nightbot. We will save. $2,750 over 5 years. Nice. I almost hit R again. We accidentally left Mountain Moon and forgot to get female Nidoran, Paris, and Jigglypuff. Oh no, Shadow Buns. Dang. Yeah. Okay, fair. Nidoran. Okay, Nidoran has gender differences. That is such an actually. Shadow Buns, that is such a actually. That is such an actually, but that's fair. I can't evolve Pikachu yet. Pikachu will be evolved once we get access to Thunderstones. That's why in the description it says evolve it as far as possible before moving on. You're not a golfer. You play a single hole. You crushed many cans in the fairway. I may have killed it. You may have killed you. What? What? It took that long to give Wobbuffet some lipstick. Look, I'm sorry. Female Wobbuffet is the laziest gender difference they've ever done. I mean, I don't even know why they bother giving Wobbuffet a gender difference. But they looked at Wobbuffet and said, okay, what kind of gender difference can we give it? I don't know, just slap some lipstick on it. That is so lazy. I resented hunting female Wobbuffet. Oh, crap. Wait. Who do we have on the team? Okay, yeah. Let's get Bugsy to level 7 to evolve it. We're going to evolve our first Pokemon here in a second, y'all. It's going to happen. You leaned up, the card didn't flip. Oh my goodness gracious. Wobbuffet would be peak with black lipstick, though. That's true, Rain. You make a good point. If it was black lipstick, that'd be a different situation. Wobbuffet wearing lipstick was really popular when he was cosplaying in the anime. Really? Look, a Spirow. Look how fast we found another Spirow. Lacey, no, we didn't get the blip bug. We are 500 checks into the blip bug hunt that I need for my shiny living premier decks. And I do have my Darkrai hunting team in Shining Pearl all set up. But I had to change paths. I had to start streaming Fire Red Leaf Green this weekend. I would have been silly not to. And as much as I don't like to typically, I know I do sometimes, but I don't like to talk about the channel as like a... I don't like, inside baseball with YouTube. I don't like to talk about that all that much, unless I feel it's important. I'm glad I did. This stream has been amazing. The amount of support we've gotten on the stream today, the amount of people that have shown up for the first time, I'm so thankful. I did change my mind yesterday after finding out about the event tickets and the home support, and bought these games. So I could stream them. So very happy I did that. No regrets, no regrets. Glad we did it. They changed a single pixel for Torchic. True, although that single pixel they changed is hilarious. Bulbasaur's name is Kyle. You love him? Yeah, Cole's named it Kyle. Definitely made the right play. It's Jerry. I'll talk to you later about it. It's pretty wild. Um, it's like Beacon of Nick raid wild. The only thing I do regret, or not even regret, the only thing I resent is my live sub count was broken this morning. It didn't have the live sub count number. It just showed a 404 screen from YouTube. So I don't know yet, and I won't know until after stream, how this affected subscribers. I know we have gotten one sub notification. If your subs are set to private, it won't pop up on the screen. If you set your subs to public, you will get a little notification on the screen with a little animation and sound effect. So we've had one of those today, but other than that, I'm not sure. Gender star is 1 out of 8. It is 1 out of 8. And FYI, the Charmander happens to be female. I didn't try to go for it. It just happened that way. The Charmander I got last night that is currently in the box is female. Pacopia actually looks pretty fun, especially Greedent Ramsey. I love that name, Greedent Ramsey. That's fantastic. It does look like it's going to be a fun game. It's not the type of game I typically play or enjoy. So, like, I was talking to a friend yesterday. I asked him if he was going to get it. He said yes. I said, good. I said, I want to watch you play it because I don't think it's going to be a game that I would get my $70 worth out of, but I think I would have a lot of fun watching someone play it. So I was really happy to hear that one of my friends will be streaming it. How are we doing on the likes? You guys have been crushing it with the likes so far today. We're at 59 likes. Are we really one like away from the like goal? Did I actually time it out that closely? I just happened to check the likes when we're right at the like goal. That's crazy. Guys! Y'all, are you ready for this? We're about to have our first ever evolution of this challenge. Before this happens, I got a little story for you. Back in 1999, I was playing Pokemon Blue for the first time, my very first mainline Pokemon game. And I got past Brock, and I was, you know, like all those trainers to the east of Pewter City before you get to Mount Moon? I was fighting the trainer. I think it might have even been Shorts Are Comfy and Easy to Wear Boy. And he had a Caterpie. So I'm fighting the Caterpie, and I have a Caterpie on my team. I beat the guy. After the battle, it says, oh, Caterpie's evolving. And I was like, oh, this is cool. His Caterpie's evolving. I get to watch it. And then I realized it was my Caterpie that was evolving. It was the first evolution I ever saw, and it blew my freaking mind. I was like, oh, that's so cool. My Caterpie just evolved. And now, we're about to see this Caterpie evolve. Shinies, welcome back. You got Leaf Green. You start with Bulbasaur using your OG name, Jacob. You also have Marco, the Pidgey, and Eerie, the Mankey. That's right now. You haven't gotten to Viridian Forest yet. Nice, Lacey. I love it. There we go. We got ourselves a Metapod. We're now at 11 out of 21. We only have 10 more Pokemon that we have to evolve. Only 10, including our level 32 Venusaur and our level 36 Pidgeot. Bugsy got bigger. That's right, baby. Let's heal, and then we're gonna switch out Bugsy for Weedle. A Weedle named Hefty. Okay. You love Peter when your save files remember this game called had a Pidgey named Piper. Ooh, Peter Piper. Peter Piper picked a peck of Pidgey Pickles, and Pickles is the name of the Pikachu. I think we're breezing through this. What do you guys think? We've been doing this for almost 3 hours. We already have our first evolution. So what challenge am I doing, Lacey? I'm glad you asked. So what we are doing is what's called a Professor Oak challenge. This is a challenge I've known about for several years, but I've never had the stones to try it myself. Basically what it is before every gym leader, you have to catch and fully evolve as far as possible all the available Pokemon. So for example, before we take on Brock, I'm going to have a Venusaur. I'm going to have a Pidgeot. I'm going to have a Raticate. I'm going to have a Fearow. I'm going to have a Primeape. I'm going to have a Butterfree. I'm going to have a Beedrill. And I'm going to have a Pikachu. Piper's gone though. Lost a save file. I still have Shiny Pidgeot and Go named after her. Aw, that's a nice little honorific. So that's what Professor Oak is doing down there below the game. He's letting us know that there are 21 Pokemon that I need to register before I can take on Brock, and we currently have 11 registered. Actually, I hope we have 11 registered. I haven't checked our decks in a while. I should probably check that and make sure that it's accurate. Holy Flamboni, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, we're going to be getting a Pidgeot, which evolves from Pidgeotto at level 36, fighting level 3 Rattatas and Caterpies and all sorts of stuff. So that's, I'm glad you asked that, Lacey. So that's why I specifically said have to evolve them as far as possible before the gym leader. So Pikachu, you cannot get a Thunderstone this early in the game. So it is just in a box right now. It will not be evolved until we have access to a Thunderstone. Remember how much that Pidgeot carried you, though? It was like level 60 plus by the time you got to the league. Nice. I got a nice little guide here that someone made like years ago. Just as a little sneak preview, once we pass Brock, once we get past Brock, here's what we're going to need to catch and evolve. Nidoran female, Nidoran male, Clefairy, Jigglypuff, Zubat, Paris, Diglett, Meowth, Abra, Geodude, Farfetch'd, Drowsy, Mr. Mime, Magikarp, Ekans, Oddish, Sandshrew, and Bellsprout, and all the evolutions. We'll have to do all those before we take on Misty. That's going to be a big chunk too. The experience won't be as bad as it is right here, but the number of Pokemon is huge and will take a lot longer. Well, I shouldn't say a lot longer. It'll take a long time. It's wild reading this walkthrough. There's sections, like, after all these years, there's sections of the game I didn't know you could access before doing other things. So, like, before even battling Koga, right? Or no, where is it? I forget where it was, but I was seeing stuff like catching stuff like from Blaine's area before beating like Sabrina or something like that. I don't know. I got to read through it again. It was pretty wild. I was surprised at some of the things that say that you can do. Get Diffusion. Yeah. You can get Diffusion before fighting Surge. That's why. Yeah, that's what it is. There's gonna be a huge section here after Misty a huge section after Misty. Like, I think, yeah, Surge is like the 4th or 5th gym leader he's got listed here. How we doing, Razzie? We're doing good. We had our first evolution. Caterpie evolved into Weedle. We've now caught all the base forms we need before Brock. Now we're just grinding and evolving. We'll definitely have... I think we'll be able to have... Let's get Butterfree and Beedrill today. All right, Cheese. I hope work goes well. Let's get Butterfree and Beedrill today. I feel like that would be a good accomplishment. Level 2 Rattata, yeah. Weedle can probably take that out. Nice, got the poison. Been a while since we had an overtime stream. Yeah, you know, sometimes I'm having too much fun. It's almost like, it's not quite the same, it's almost like when a new gen comes out. Like, I just don't want to stop playing. But I think getting the Caterpie and Weedle lines done will be a good stopping point for the day. And we'll come back and we'll grind some more tomorrow. I think that makes sense. Same boat. You put in about 8 hours since yesterday morning. You know what's also crazy? It's the stupidest thing, Jerry. It really is, but I can't deny it. When I fired this game up yesterday on the Switch 2, the graphics are entirely the same. Nothing's changed. Like, literally nothing's changed about this game. If we've learned one thing or last week, watching YouTube videos and reading messages on X or whatever, it's nothing's changed about this game. But the backlit screen, the size of the screen, I was like, wow, this game is freaking gorgeous. What's up, Real Shuriken, Chingling Mafia? Not currently doing a challenge, but you might consider doing a Nuzlocke on another file. I was also considering doing a Nuzlocke, but because if there is ever a game other than, I know Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon like the back of my hand. I think I also know Fire Red Leaf Green like the back of my hand, but Fire Red Leaf Green doesn't have totems or Ultra Necrozma. If there was ever a game I was going to Nuzlocke again, it would probably be Fire Red Leaf Green. But I wanted to try something new for me, not just for my channel, but for me myself. I've never done this challenge. And like, I remember back in the olden days, the days of yore, 2020, when I really started watching a lot of Pokemon content on YouTube. It was what I would watch was divided into 3 distinct factions. 1, shiny hunting, 2, Nuzlocks, and 3, miscellaneous challenges. Like the like J-Rose type stuff. Like, can I beat Pokemon Blue with only a Bellsprout? Stuff like that. And I remember coming across a video of Professor Oak's challenge. And I was like, what the heck is Professor Oak's challenge? And so I watched the video and I was like, oh, that sounds simple. Like, you just catch everything and evolve it. Like, that doesn't sound that difficult. And, you know, time consuming, sure, but like, that doesn't sound hard. And the longer I played through the video and watched it, like, the more I was like, oh, I didn't even think about that. Or like, holy crap, that's going to take forever. And I always thought it was the coolest. Like, for me, like, I am a completionist. I am a collector. If I can get something, I want to get it. And for me, like, I think Professor Oak's challenge is not that dissimilar from shiny hunting. Shiny hunting, I want to collect all the shinies. With Professor Oak's challenge, it's I want to have everything as soon as I get it. Like I want to max out my stats as soon as I can, basically. And so I just thought it'd be really fun to try this out. A Shiny Oaks challenge in this game, that would be nuts. There is a little bit of a shiny clause in effect in this challenge. Chem Nation brought to my attention, and I think he makes a good point. If during this grinding we find a shiny, which is entirely possible, 8192 odds, but look at all the battles we're going to have to do. We might end up with a shiny Rattata or a Weedle or something. If we do come across a shiny, I must switch out my existing member with the shiny member. So if I have a level 35 Pidgeotto and I find a shiny level 3 Pidgey, I must switch out the Pidgeotto with the shiny Pidgey and get it to level 36. Which I think is kind of a fun idea. Because if you know me for even a little bit, you'll know that even when I have good luck, I have bad luck. So I would be the guy that totally finds a full odds 1 in 8192 shiny and then has to redo all the work I put into that Pokemon. Will I ever get into online battling? Honestly, I don't think so, Eric. Battling's just never been my thing. Even doing like the handful of battles I have to do in ZA to get the Mega Stones, even though it only takes me like 20 minutes, that feels like such a chore. What's up, Kayla? Cam would be the one guy to do Shiny Oak and Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow. I could see that. I could see him doing that. Well, I've seen the image of Leaf Green on the menu. Exactly, Razzie. It looks so good. Look at that. It looks beautiful. I love it. I know I spent all of last weekend kind of talking down on these games. But yeah, I did change my mind. I did change my mind. And I'm grown up enough that I can admit that I changed my mind. I changed my mind for a couple of reasons. I changed my mind when they confirmed home compatibility, and I changed my mind when it got revealed that it comes with the event tickets. After you beat the Elite Four, you get the event tickets, so you can get the Ho-Oh and the Lugia and the Deoxys, similar to how you get the Celebi in the eShop version of Pokemon Crystal. I can say all that and still be disappointed that there's no online compatibility. I am in a fortunate position where I have two consoles and I can afford to begrudgingly buy both games so that I can complete my own living decks by myself. But I do feel bad and disappointed that there's a lot of people out there that will just not be able to complete their dexes because it's local trade only. What's going on, Scrobo? Good to see you. Use VCreate. Trust. What's up, Nick Fox? Still live? Yeah, so Matthew, we've now gotten all the base forms that we need before Brock. We've had our first evolution. We evolved Caterpie into Metapod. I want to get Metapod into Butterfree, and I want to get Weedle into Beedrill before we end. How's Kalos Tour going for you, Matthew? Any luck? Nice. Love it when we get a poison. And thank you all so much for hanging out here. We've had such a nice audience the entire day. I appreciate you sticking around, keeping me company while we do this. How are we looking on the likes? Oh yeah, we're at 64 likes. Can we get a like goal of 75? I wonder if we can hit 75 likes today. Just started Resident Evil 9, another big thing that came out yesterday. Resident Evil 9. How are you enjoying it so far, Scrollbo? When you say just started, do you mean like 3 minutes ago? or just started like you feel like it was an hour ago, but now that you're looking at the clock, it was like 5 hours ago. Shiny Calumet, Pika, a few more shiny Furfrou, no dice on regionals or Hone Edge. Dang, I've found. I mean, obviously I haven't left the house, but I haven't found any shinies yet, and I'm waiting for invites to any Heracross or Legendary raids. Like goal 75. Thank you so much, Christopher Larson. Alright, you got that Pikachu. 51% saying Charmander, so just over half of everyone saying Charmander is the OG best Kanto starter. 31 Bulbasaur. My boy Squirtle's in third place with 18%. What even the heck? Squirtle is my favorite out of three. All three are amazing, but Squirtle's my favorite. I did choose Bulbasaur for this challenge, though, because Ivysaur evolves into Venusaur at level 32, as opposed to the other two that evolved at level 36. But man, you guys got to put some respect on my boy's name. Finished getting all the Kalos Shiny Unknown. Unknown X as research locks, or Y if you went the right Y route. I haven't even done any of that stuff yet. I'm not even to that point yet, I don't think. I have no research. Is the research from the ticket, Matthew? Try to invite me to a Yveltal raid, but the lobby filled up fast. Well, I appreciate it, Matthew. I do appreciate you trying. Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't buy the ticket. I was thinking about it after I put together my list the other day, and I was like, oh, there's like 33 shinies I need. But I realized that one, I'd be missing at least half of tour today, and two, tomorrow, we got like a 70% chance of snow, so it wasn't worth it to drop the money on it. Ooh! Gina Bina just invited me to a Xerneas raid. Nice. All right, Gina, where's everybody else? It's just you and me. Gina, please. Research is ticket locked? Yeah, I think it is, because I don't have any research. Merlin's helping you playing the game? Aw, Merlin's so helpful. All right, we got 4 people. We're good now. All right, sorry. I'm getting a little distracted because of this, just getting ready for the Xerneas raid. Xerneas is an easy duo. Is it? Okay. Even with me, Matthew, even with me. You gotta be careful what you say about me. Oh, we're going. Xerneas is an easy trio. That's better. Yeah, this is pretty easy. I honestly thought about changing stream time because of the Kalos tour. I thought maybe if I stream a little earlier, more people would be here and I would get to participate in the Kalos tour. But I'm glad I didn't, because I think YouTube does like consistency in time, and I did recently change my time, so I didn't want to change it again. There we go, it's down. Alright, let's see if it's shiny. I actually don't want it to be shiny because I need this to trade into home. But I'm not going to complain if it's shiny. It is my favorite shiny legendary. What the heck? I didn't even get any awards. Is it shiny? Not shiny. Okay, that's fine. Worst tour in history, not because it's bad, but because there's almost nothing left to offer. Well, it's the smallest generation to begin with. And then I think a lot of the shinies have been available for a while, right? I think Hawlucha and Honedge are the only new ones that they added. Alright, hold on a second, guys. I just gotta try and catch this Xerneas. Come on, bro. Don't do me like that. Spawns felt a bit lacking. All right, we got it. We got the Xerneas. Let's see if it's any good. That seems right. That seems accurate for me. A very solid 2 stars. That's normal for me. But I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I'll be able to transfer that one into home. That's 1 down. I just need Yveltal and Heracross. Those are the 3 I need to get. You have everything except for the new shines of this event, which is Hawlucha, Honedge. Oh, Klefki and Deancey. Okay, I forgot Klefki hadn't been shiny before. I think I'm just so used to seeing like a billion Klefkis in Scarlet and Violet. Thank you, Eric. Xerneas is only goodish in Master League, terrible in PvE. You know me so well, Matthew. You know me so well. That completely alleviated all my concerns. Hendo Kyurem with no background yesterday. Left-handers having it rough. Dang. Rain, thank you so much for the makeup brush. I definitely needed a makeup brush. I appreciate you. I need to clean up the space for tomorrow. Lefties and shambles, as per usual. Alright, peck, peck, peck. Down goes Mankey. Man, this is so fun. Leveling up based off of level 3 Mankeys. I can't wait until we're like in our mid to late level 20s. Leveling up on level 3 Mankeys. Ooh, rep. Ooh, rep. What's up, shinies? Back to back, 98% Kyurem, 15, 14, 15 yesterday, and enough XLs to max out your Hundo. Kyurem Black, nice. Level 36 Venusaur when you got to the league. Exactly. It's gonna be wild. Like I can picture it in my head, but I feel like experiencing it's gonna be different, right? Like really, once we beat Brock, battle-wise, it's gonna be bananas. I mean, we're gonna be so ridiculously over-leveled. No, I can't. All right, here we go. Have to use evolving. Shiny Hunt the ZA Deancey from the event. You cannot, Lacey. Unfortunately, it is shiny locked. The only legendary / mythicals that are not shiny locked in Legend ZA are Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, Latios, and Latios. Unfortunately, big, my opinion, big hit and a miss, or swing and a miss, for that. I mean, I have to hand it to Legends ZA. I think it's probably, I mean, certainly since Crown Tundra, has the most legendaries and probably the most ever mythicals in one game. But they're all shiny locked, except for those 5 I mentioned. Background rates for the whole week seems so low. You got background like 12 raids. What? Swing and a hit. How come no one ever says that? It's a good question. All right, let's go ahead and get Beedrill, and then we'll end on Butterfree. I'm wondering if... Yeah, I think we're going to try and... We might... Let's walk away from the Mankeys for a while. The Mankeys and the Spirow and the Rattata. I think if we run from everything other than Metapod and Kakuna, that's going to be the best deal. Depends on how long it takes to get spawns. Good chance to get a shiny by the time I reach Brock. Oh, I know. It's certainly a possibility. And as per the rules of the challenge, if I do find a shiny, I have to switch out. See, there we go. There's a Metapod. I have to switch out my current teammate for the shiny. So, Matthew, if I have a level 35 Pidgeotto and I find a level 3 shiny Pidgey, I have to switch out the Pidgeotto for the Pidgey and get the shiny Pidgey up to a Pidgeot. Don't tell me you paid $20 this game. I did. Ed. I was not planning on it, to be fair. And, I mean, if you don't think it's worth the $20, I totally understand it. I don't blame you. The fact that they did confirm home compatibility, the fact that it has the event tickets after you beat the Elite Four, and quite frankly, as an investment in my channel, yeah, I did. I was against buying it until yesterday when we found out about the tickets and the home compatibility. Otherwise, I was just going to play my original cartridges on a Game Boy operator, but yeah, the chance that I can hunt for the Deoxys, Ho-Oh, Lugia, I figured, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I totally get the criticism of charging $20 for this game. I really do. But for me, I'm looking at it as an investment on the channel. My personal opinion, I don't think it should have been more than $10 each. That's just my... Hey, guys, I appreciate what you're doing, but, like, you don't have to, like, defend. I mean, it's a legitimate point. I do think $20 is overpriced. I do. And I'm fine being labeled a hypocrite by saying I think it's overpriced at $20 and then spending $20 on it. That's a fair criticism. But, yeah. I mean, I think... Because, like, back on 3DS, I think Red, Blue, and Yellow were, like... Were they even $10? I believe Crystal was $10. I believe Crystal, Gold, and Silver were $10 each. On the Wii U eShop, Game Boy Advance games, depending on what they were either like $6 or $7. You know, 6, 7. So the fact that this is a Game Boy Advance game, and it's $20, yeah, I do feel it's overpriced. Resident Evil graphics engine is super impressive. The game looks great and runs great. Nice. Glad to hear that for you. If you just level up here, which is the optimal place to level up, you get the shine. There will be minimal effort and involving before the gym. Minimal, relatively speaking, right? Like, just minimal compared to anything else. And then to really stretch the inflation allegations. It's pretty wild, Ed. Like, I 100% agree with you. Like, here's the deal. I'm not personally happy with a lot of the decisions that the Pokemon Company has made in the past couple of years. There have been a lot of things that have happened that made me roll my eyes. I have not held my tongue back on my channel about how I felt about Legend ZA, and particularly the DLC. There have been some decisions made that I'm just like, what are we even doing here anymore? That said, I still realize this is entertainment. It's a video game. It's something I can choose to or can choose not to purchase. And at the end of the day, like, I can disagree with something without... And I'm not saying you are, Ed. I think you're being very respectful. I'm just speaking in generalities. I'm just looking at the internet here. I can disagree with something without acting like the world's going to end, or, you know, this corporation is going to, you know, kill babies or something. It's ridiculous the amount of vitriol I see on the internet about it. I've when ZA came out, and there's like all the pushback against that, which a lot of the criticism I agreed with, but seeing like all the anger spew forward. Like, I was just reminded about how back in my day, because, you know, I'm an old man, when a video game came out, we would try it out. If we liked it, we're like, sweet, this is awesome. If we didn't like it, we're like, well, this one's not for me, and we'd move on with our life. And now it feels like if you don't like a game, there's this belief in the culture that if you don't like a game, it's the game creator's fault. You were entitled to a better game, and it's not only your right, it's your responsibility to just vent everywhere about it. If you're letting a game you don't even enjoy bother you that much, I'm just saying, try and find something that you enjoy. Bulbasaur's always been your favorite Pokemon. It's a good Pokemon. I like all three starters. Squirtle's my favorite out of the three, but I like all three. Is Gamefly still really a thing? I remember running games from Gamefly like 20 years ago. I can't believe that's still around. But yeah, exactly, Laser Sharp Gaming. Yeah, just if you're gonna buy it, buy it. If you're not gonna buy it, don't buy it. Just as always, speak with your wallet. But that said, like you can purchase something, you can enjoy something, and still have complaints about it. Like, yeah, I bought it. Yeah, I'm having fun, but I'm disappointed that it doesn't include this or that, and that's fine. Like I will go to my grave talking about how I'm genuinely disappointed. I think it was a swing and a miss that Fire Red Leaf Green doesn't have online capabilities. It's insane to imagine that in 2026 that this game doesn't have online compatibility. And you can say like that, well, the original games didn't have online compatibility. And no, they didn't. You're right. It was local trade only back then. But gaming culture has changed so drastically in the last 22 years. The majority of gaming is done online. And back in the day, you could do local trades if you and a real-life friend both owned a handheld console that was under $200 and both purchased a brand new popular game. You could do trades. Now, you have to know someone in real life that also purchased a $400 to $500 console and spent $20 on a 22-year-old ROM in order to do trades. That's silly. That's silly. It's not apples to apples. That's my event for the day. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Never hated a single Pokemon game. You think every game has its charm. Love ZA's graphics during the opening cutscene. There were some things about ZA I liked. There were some things. And I always say, like, picking a favorite Pokemon game is like picking a least favorite Pokemon game is like picking a least favorite flavor of ice cream. At the end of the day, it's still ice cream. That said, like, I like Gen 5. Gen 5 is my least favorite gen, though. I just felt that the grind for the evolution levels was just way too high. You look at the level at which Pokemon evolve in Gen 5, it's ridiculously higher than any other gen. So much grinding in that game. But I still liked it. My only fighting Cocoon and Metapod, that was my plan. But seeing as how rare they are, I'm starting to rethink that plan. They came out of the Gen 1 through 3 on a single cartridge for $50 to $60 with the built-in home compatibility you buy immediately. Oh, absolutely. That would be a steal. That would be the steal of the century right there. Gens 1 through 3 for $60 with home compatibility? Absolutely. For the sake of the pocket watching and the whole argument, if it's free, just steal it. Like, what are we doing? I agree. It's free, just steal it. That's silly. Upcoming games for next year. Am I excited? I am excited. I on second viewing, I like the graphics. I didn't like the graphics on the first viewing because I didn't realize at the time I had a preconceived idea in my head that I didn't even know was there. Every few generations, they completely change the art style of Pokemon games. Part of it is the capability of the system it's on. Part of it isn't. Like, we had sprites gens 1 through 5, and even within those 5 gens, like there were drastic differences in how they looked. Gens 6 and 7, they went to the 3D models, and that had a different look. Gen 8 and 9 had the full Switch 3D models, textures, and everything. Those look completely different. Then you have like BDSP, which went like the chibi route, and that looked drastically different. And so in my head, I thought that Gen 10 was going to have a different art style, and it doesn't. It has the same art style as 8 and 9. So when I first saw it, I was disappointed with the graphics. But then I realized that's why, because I was expecting them to change the art style. Now realizing they didn't, I think the graphics look pretty good. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a Pokemon game. It's not like it's photorealistic. It's not like it's I don't even know what's a good looking game. I don't know. It's not one of them. But I think for Pokemon, it looks pretty darn good. Oh yeah, and you have to pay for Nintendo Online as well. Miss the old days of just taking the link cable to school and trading Pokemon during lunch. Agreed. Agreed. I still have a link cable somewhere in a box somewhere. I also have, speaking of Gen 3, I also have the original wireless adapter. New starter's got a face only a mother could love. None of them are jumping out at me yet. But I have like apparently a year at least to figure out which one I like. But none of them jumped off the page at me or off the screen at me yesterday. Like, oh, that's the one I definitely need. So we'll see. Sadia, how are you enjoying Fire Red? You never played GBA. So, Matthew, is that just a period where you weren't in Pokemon? Or I don't think it was before your time, was it? Were you in college at that time? You were too cool for Pokemon? Okay, that's fair. For me, Pokemon came out like the perfect time that I've never had a break. I was in college. US, of course. Obviously, it came out in Japan in 96. In the US, it came out in 98. I started college in 98. And it was the following summer, 99. I've been hearing all about this Pokemon stuff, but not really know anything about it. And for a summer job, in between freshman and sophomore year, I worked at a movie theater. And so that was the summer before Pokemon the first movie came out. So we had like all these like stand-up displays and everything. And I got to see like all these, Pokemon and how they looked and everything. And I was like, oh, those look pretty wild. And then Pokemon Snap came out on the N64. And so I was curious enough from seeing all the stuff at the movie theater that I bought Pokemon Snap. And I loved it. I freaking loved that game. So like a week after I got Snap, I went to EB Games and picked up Pokemon Blue. And that's when I fell in love with it. And the nice thing about it being then is a couple things. One, I was already a sophomore in college. I was at that point, that beautiful point in your life where you stop giving a crap what everyone thinks about you. And you just want to enjoy what you want to enjoy. Now, so I had no problem being like in college and be like, dude, let's go grab some beers and play some Pokemon. That's going to be our Friday night. And then we're going to wake up in the morning. We're going to watch Pokemon on Kids WB. And then we're going to go, out to Burger King. So that was pretty cool. So from the time I started, I never really had a period where I stopped. The other thing was, I was out of college by the time Gen 3 came out, working a full-time job, which means I had expendable income. If I wanted something, I could buy it. I didn't have to worry about if mommy and daddy were going to get it for me. So it was actually pretty sweet, like in the era of Pokemon, being an adult. Playing Gens 3 through 5 back-to-back was incredible. Worst part was remembering which monster arrived from which regions. I could see that. What the heck is a Professor Oak challenge? Good question. So, basically, every Pokemon that can be found before a gym must be caught and evolved as far as possible before taking on the gym leader. This is going to be a very grindy challenge. But so basically, by the time I take on Brock, I'm going to have a Venusaur, I'm going to have a Pidgeot, I'm going to have a Butterfree. I'm going to have a Beedrill. I'm going to have a Fearow. I'm going to have a Primeape. I'm going to have Eradicate. Grab a beer and play Pokemon. It was good times. It was good times, Eric. I shouldn't tell you guys all my college stories about Pokemon. It's going to make me look bad. I'll give you this one, though. We used to have a Pokemon drinking game in college. I had the VHS tapes of Indigo League as they were coming out. Every time they released a new VHS tape, I'd buy it. And we would play the Pokemon drinking game. I'd pop in a tape, a VHS tape. It had 3 episodes on it. And so it was an hour-long game, right? Because like hour and change, like 22 minutes, without commercials per episode. Every time a Pokemon said its own name, you would drink. So when Pikachu says Pika, Pika-Pee, Pikachu, you drink. Every time Squirtle goes Squirtle, Squirt, Squirtle, Squirt, you drink. And you'd go through 1 or 2 beers in an hour. There are 2 worst episodes. If anybody remembers original Indigo League, I want to see your guesses. What would be the 2 worst episodes for drink every time a Pokemon says its own name? You hatched a Hundo Halucha. Wolf, I'm very jealous. I'm not going to get a Halucha, and I'm very sad about it. This is such a not good conversation to have. I don't even care at this point. I'm too invested. I'm too deep into it. We're going through. Theme park episode, yes. The episode where all the Pokemon are separated from the trainers, and it's basically a whole episode of just the Pokemon on an island talking to each other. That was terrible. The other one was the Clefairy and the Moonstone episode. Those freaking Clefairy literally chant Clefairy for like 20 straight minutes. When we watched the tape with the Clefairy episode, we went through a 6-pack in an hour. Honorable mention to the Diglett episode. Diglett dig, Diglett dig, trio, trio, trio. That was a bad one. So yes, I do not recommend that. I do not recommend, if you are of the age to drink, or when you are the age up to drink, you watch Pokemon anime and drink every time a Pokemon says its name. I do not recommend doing that. You will drink a lot of alcohol if you do that. So I do not recommend it. Valerie is your main Pokemon OC, and her design is heavily based on Hilda from Black and White. She's very sporty, very brave, and a little useless as far as domestic tasks go. Kind of like me, a little useless. Kieran, also, you came in while I was saying that. It's going well. It's going well. We've evolved 2 Pokemon. We've gotten all the base forms we need. We're going to keep going until we get Beedrill and Butterfree, and that'll be the end of today. But can everyone in the chat do me a favor? If you're here, if you're listening, everyone in the chat, do me a favor, and I want you to give a standing O to Kieran. Kieran AJH got his shiny Charmander in 71 checks yesterday. How crazy is that? Finally, after all these years, something good happened in Kieran's life. How far are you in the game now, Kieran? Are you doing shinies only, or were you just doing shiny starter? Nothing good has happened since shiny Zubat? Mewtwo, you're gonna reclaim it one day. Still in Oak's lab? What? Why are you still in Oak's? What? Did you just like save and say I give up? I'm done for the day. All right, Gina. Gina invited me to an Yveltal raid. God. No, raid lobby's full. Dang it. Dang it, Gina. Yeah, did you just like save, put it down, and haven't picked it up since? But what's the goal? Are you going to just take the shiny starter and play through, or are you going to try and only get shinies? I know, Kiro. I know. Kieran stole your shiny. Gina is out there. Gina be doing the things. Hold on a second. I gotta let her know the lobby's full. How's Kyle? Kyle's good. Kyle is level 9. We got all the base Pokemon that we need. We got Charmander and Squirtle up to 10. They're in the box along with Pikachu. We evolved Caterpie into Metapod. We evolved Weedle into Kakuna. So we're just trying to evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, and then we're going to evolve Metapod into a Butterfree. Only level 9 for 3 hours. Kolos, please! He's not the only Pokemon that I'm training. Lobo Gaming, you absolute legend. What's going on, buddy? You're questioning whether Shiny Scyther is even boosting Go anymore? Oh, man. I've gotten a few. I've gotten a few over the years. 10:30 p.m. for you. Had enough adrenaline for one evening. That's fair. Hope Z8 compatibility comes soon because you're having to delete shiny alphas just to make room for new ones. I know, right? I was genuinely shocked. Genuinely surprised that they did not announce anything about home compatibility yesterday. Like, I know I always tell people, like lower your expectations. Don't go in expecting anything and you won't be disappointed. But I expected there to be some home update news. We want to try and do a shiny playthrough, but yeah, happy to wait for hunting Dratini. So everyone's going to be hunting Dratini. Is that what we're doing? We're the gang's Dratini hunting. Doing well based on the recent trailer. You're gonna go for Water Starter and Waves Winds. Okay, going for the Gekwa. All right. Razzie, that's brilliant. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about like a self-destruct or just like one really underleveled Pokemon. That's so smart. We still don't know why we can't transfer Pokemon back to ZA after we move them. We don't. Ooh, there's a Pikachu. I bet Pikachu has some good experience. I bet you that's going to have some experience. The 30th anniversary of Pokemon is honestly expected to be surprised a lot more, but take advice to move forward. Yeah, I mean, and I'm not trying to say anything negative or all, but like they did what I expected. They had a little montage at the beginning celebrating the 30 years. They did all the like small game and app updates, honestly, a lot faster than I expected. I expected them to spend more time on that. Like, I'm happy. Like, I expected them to, like, really, like, drag out the app updates. The whole music Game Boy thing, that was pretty cool. I mean, it's unfortunate it sold out in like 2 minutes, but that was a neat thing. That was a nice surprise. And then they did the Garchomp Bite, which I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting it to be locked behind the DLC. I was expecting it to be a season battle reward. And then I don't have my potion, do I? I do have a potion. And then they did the Gen 10 thing. Yeah, it's crazy. I heard that. I'd forgotten that the Dratini price depends on which game you're playing. If they come out with the Gen 10 limited edition of Switch 2, will you buy it? It's a good question. I've never, with the exception of... Kieran loves it when I start like 8 sentences in a row and never finish any of them. With the exception of this Game Boy Color. Ooh, gold and silver, Game Boy Color. With the exception of this, I've never bought a themed console. I usually just go with like whatever the standard version is. But yeah, unfortunately, I had a realization yesterday that to continue to play Pokemon the way I'm used to playing Pokemon for the last, I don't know, 20 years, I might have to buy a second Switch too. Yeah, I agree, Rain. I was talking to somebody. Yes, I was watching the presents with somebody yesterday, and we were talking about the Pokemon merchandise. And I said, you know what? Like, I'm done. I'm over it. Like, I have a lot of Pokemon merchandise already. The way things are nowadays, I don't need to stress myself out or go broke trying to get more stuff. Worst comes to worst, I have a friend that has a 3D printer. My dad has a 3D printer. If I really want to get some new stuff, you know, I can sweet talk one of them into printing something for me. But I don't need any more Pokemon merchandise. It's just, in my opinion, it's just not worth the hassle. Not when I was a kid, Christopher, when I was in college. But yeah, I got that when Gen 2 came out. I needed a second Game Boy so I could do trades and stuff. Razzie, you know what the best trick is to winning at the slot machines? You gotta be a lurker. You gotta just like watch someone, and you know, and they sit down at the slot machine for a couple hours, and then when they get up and leave, you jump over there and you sit down in front of that slot machine and you put in quarters, and you get to pay out because it's time for them to pay out. They're lurkers. They're typically old women. How old was I when the first Matrix came out? That was what, 99, right? Yeah, I would have been 19. Well, depends on what part of the year. I was either 18 or 19 when the first Matrix came out. With a few evil old ladies that would do that in Atlantic City the few times you went. I went to Atlantic City once. Dang, I'm out of PP. Senior year of college, 3 buddies and I went on a road trip all down the East Coast. We started where I live in central Pennsylvania, and we went all the way down to Myrtle Beach, and then back again. And the first night we spent the night in Atlantic City, and we rented an RV, and we just parked there outside of which one was it? Steamboat, Steamtown, Steamboat Willie. I can't remember the name of the casino, but why did I put John in? We went in there and we sat in front of the slot machines, and I took like $20 in quarters or whatever. We sat in front of the slot machines, and whenever the drink lady would come over, we would put quarters in the machines and pull the slots and everything. She'd be like, "Oh, would you like a drink?" We're like, "Oh yeah, I'll take a drink." And then when she left, we would just sit there and talk and whatever. And then when we saw the drink lady coming back over again, like, we'd start playing the slots again, because they give you free drinks as long as you were gambling. So that's what we did. Like, we would just specifically gamble when she was around. I'm telling you horrible stories today. I should not be telling you guys these things. Dave Matthews Band. I love Carter Buford, incredible drum, but I wish that DMB was boring. Dave Matthews Band was like the definition of college rock. Absolutely. I could not. And I mean, we're talking like 98 to 2002. I could not walk around campus. I couldn't even walk across my dorm hallway without hearing at least 2 or 3 people playing a Dave Matthews song. I don't have a problem with Dave Matthews Band. I'll sing along to the hits. Every once in a while, like if I'm at a roller skating rink, I might even request like, a deep cut. But I don't get it. I don't get how Dave Matthews Band stole an entire generation, or not stole, but like hypnotized an entire generation. I think they're fine, but I don't get. Same thing with OAR. That was another group that was like, I don't get it. Just not really my. It's not even I can say it's not my style. Like, I don't like the music. It's that I don't dislike it. It's just there. It doesn't give me anything. I don't feel anything when I listen to it. And I feel like it's important to have some sort of an emotional or mental response when you listen to music. I like the Hefty name origin story. Yeah, so when I was in college, this would have been the very early 2000s, like literally 2000, like 99, 2000. Whenever I go to Blues Traveler, yeah, same thing with Blues Traveler. There are running shoes, Lobo, but you don't get them until later, unfortunately. Whenever I go out to like the clubs or whatever, I would wear really, really outlandish clothing, like sparkly shirts, shiny pants, things like that. And I had a pair of pants that were like pleather, like not leather pants, although I had those too. I had like pleather pants, like they were basically plastic, black plastic pants is basically what they were. The type of stuff that you would get like kind of like at a Hot Topic, like that type of stuff, but a little bit more weird. And so it looked like I would wear a garbage bag for pants, and I was a really skinny kid. And so the fraternity that I joined, they thought it would be funny because I was a really skinny kid, and because my garbage bag pants, they called me Hefty. So Hefty is not like a YouTube name. It's not like an internet name. It's been my actual like real life nickname since 2000. Like, I have a lot of friends like in my real life that when I see them, they call me Hefty. That I've known for 20 plus years. If you decide to have children, will you make it mandatory for them to shiny hunt as shiny living decks before buying them a cell phone? It's a good question. I am so happy I don't have to deal with kids right now with the way social media is and all that nonsense. It's wild. I can't imagine. I wouldn't want my kids to have a cell phone or have like Facebook accounts or anything like that, or Instagrams or Snapchats. I wouldn't want my kids to have that. But as someone that got, bullied relentlessly in school, I grew up and got over it. I didn't let it, ruin my life. But as someone that got bullied relentlessly in school, like, I can understand that feeling of being ostracized because you're not doing what everybody else is doing. So I know, like, if I told my kids, like, no, you will not have these things, that could do them a lot of harm too. I don't know where I would fall on it, to be honest. I'm very happy right now that I don't have to deal with it. I get really emotional recently when you listen to the Project Voltage song, The Pokemon Inside My Heart by Pinocchio P and Hatsune Miku. There's a new one too where Pokemon Miku appears. Oh, that's cool. I like music. I do enjoy a good music. Man, it's taking longer to get these to level 10 than I thought it would. We got to get Cocoon to level 10, then we got to get Meta. We might, I know I said we go until we get both. We might not get Butterfree until tomorrow. Hefty building Pokemon Lego set on stream 1. When the prices aren't freaking ridiculous. Look, I like Lego. I do. I don't like Lego that much. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. The pricing is crazy. It's stupid crazy. I've watched a couple of videos of Lego aficionados or whatever, like putting together the sets. They look cool, but I also saw this really good video where the guy's like, yeah, they look great, but by the way, here's the problems with them. Like, for example, Pikachu, if you take it off the base, is extremely top heavy, and it will not stand straight up. Like, it will wobble non-stop unless it's on that base. The 3 starters, that like 2/3 of the entire Lego set are the bases, and the other third is the Pokemon. And Charizard is the smallest of the 3. I don't know. Like, apparently, I like this guy. Like, I'd never heard of him before, but like, he was making sense just listening to this video. Apparently, out of the 3, the Eevee is the best set, and it's also the cheapest. If I can manage to get my hands on an Eevee, which is a big if, I might pick that up. Otherwise, I'll be waiting until they come out with like Wave 2 and hopefully more affordable. Because $650 before tax for those 3 starters is crazy. Another thing he said is, and again, this goes back to not enjoying a lot of the decision Pokemon has made lately. Why the heck didn't they sell all 3 of them together as a set, or you could buy individual ones? Because as he was like showing the set, it's physically 3 separate sets that interlock together. So why not just sell the Charizard with the Charizard base, the Blastoise with the Blastoise base, and the Venusaur with the Venusaur base? You can sell them separately, or you can sell them as a combined set. Why not give us a choice? Never even got Legos as kids. We got some random blocks that change color in water. That sounds cool, Kieran. Just like how the badge set was an incentive exclusive by buying the other set. Exactly. I agree with that. The only set that would have been affordable to the main populace is a set that you cannot individually buy. 100% agree with that. But yeah, I think it's called Brick Fanatic. I think that was the name of the channel. He made a really good video on it. And like I like he started off by saying like, look, yeah, I got these sets early and I did not pay for them. You know, as someone in the Lego influencer community, Lego sent me these sets to do a review on, like they have every other set that I have. Like, and I like that he was upfront with that. Like, he didn't pay. God, what even would that be? over $1,000 probably, or close to $1,000. 650 plus the what 60 for Eevee, that's 710. How much is the Pikachu? I think that's like close to 300. I prefer Kung Fu Hustle Scroll though. I recently watched Kung Pao Under the Fist for the first time since like it came out, and I liked it more the second time, but I appreciated more the original story and like the original movie compared to basically the dubbing of Kung Pao. Yeah, I like he was up front. He was like, "Look, I didn't pay for these, and I was given these by Legos so that I could do a review of them." He said, "But my reviews are honest." And so he talked about the pros and he talked about the cons, and he basically said the best one out of the set is the Eevee. He said the other ones are very much overpriced for what you get, and the starter should have been offered as three separate boxes. Pokemon just means so much to you. No one would ever understand what this franchise did for you as a kid and even as an adult. Sure, you stand out. Sure, you have almost nobody talking to about it. Hey, you got us though, right? That's what's important, Lacey. You got us. We have a nice online community here where we can all share our interest in Pokemon. You prefer Kung Pao chicken? I've never actually had Kung Pao chicken. What makes it Kung Pao? Is it like a spiciness? I mean, like, what is the difference between like Kung Pao chicken and like General Tso's chicken? Hem smells. Probably smells like something. $650 set makes non-online Fire Red Leaf Green look like a great deal, right? You have a Pokeball tattoo? It's made an impact on a lot of our lives? You sure do. Is this okay? So it's a spiciness thing. What kind of spices? Because I know there's lots of different types of spices that can be in Chinese food. Like these are genuine questions I'm asking. Like when it comes to Chinese food, I am very vanilla, I guess. I am a chicken lo mein or like a sweet and sour pork type of guy. I don't really venture outside of that. You have a flying Pikachu tattoo. That's cool. Beef and broccoli, chicken and broccoli, your favorite Chinese dishes over fried rice all the time. Nice. Yeah, beef and broccoli is pretty good. Sweet and sour pork, I knew we would be good friends. Finally we have something in common, Kieran. Alright, I'm just going to start knocking things out. Recently made barbecue teriyaki chicken. Sweet. Did you save me any? You don't think you could bear the pain of a tattoo? I don't have any tattoos. I'm not against them. I really thought a lot in my 20s about getting a tattoo. The problem was I could never pull the trigger. I could never make the commitment. I could never think of something that I would want on my body for the rest of my life. And then after a while, I was just like, I think I'm kind of past that point in my life. Game Freak decides to release Emerald on Switch. That would mean the Eon Ticket would be available outside Japan. Yes, I believe that will be the case. Obviously, I don't know anything for certain, but I can make some educated guesses. Now that we've gotten Fire Red Leaf Green released, and now that we've gotten the event tickets released with Fire Red Leaf Green, I think it is, I don't want to say a safe assumption, but I think it's an educated assumption that we will get Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and they will have the events on them. What that does mean, though, is that if you want to have the entirety of Gen 3 with all the Pokemon thereabouts included, you are looking at a price of $100. For ROMs of 22-year-old games, 23-year-old games in the case of Ruby and Sapphire. They don't hurt too much. Most painful was your chest tattoo. Mainly when you got closer to your armpit area. I got armpits too. Look at that. We got things in common. Yeah, let's just get this Beedrill, and then we're going to have to end. I am starving. I'm sure you all have places to go and things to do as well. But we'll get this dang Beedrill. We'll pick this up again tomorrow. I want to thank everybody again for hanging out today. This has been an awesome stream. I really appreciate you. About to go into Viridian Forest and keep going. I look forward to one day eventually getting out of Viridian Forest. You know what? I don't even care. I said I wasn't going to do it. I'm going to do it. Let's go battle a freaking trainer. Would I get a Poliwhirl tattoo? If I were to get a Pokemon tattoo, and that's a big if I were to get a Pokemon tattoo, it probably would be Poliwhirl. It probably would be. I wanted to save these for exclusively Pidgey and Spirow, but we'll get this one done. I think about Shaolin Soccer. I also enjoyed it. I just watched Shaolin Soccer for the first time maybe 6 or 7 years ago. After a rewatch of Kung Fu Hustle. I liked it. I do like Kung Fu Hustle more. But I did enjoy Shaolin Soccer more than I thought I would. Do it full back piece. Kieran, on across all the backs. Of course you got poison, John. Coding in Fire Red Leaf Green that gives compatibility for trained Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. I did hear about that. I don't know enough about data mining to know even anything close to what I like anything. I don't know anything. But here's my question on that. Is it possible that that is the original programming? Because when Fire Red Leaf Green came out in 2004, it could connect to Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. And I think that's when they introduced the wireless adapter. So I could entirely be wrong, but that's my one question. Do we know for certain that programming or that coding isn't the same that was there originally? What's the nature of the Squirtle? We'll go check it out. I'm honestly not sure. But I do know that we're about to get... I'll leave John in. We're about to get a Beedrill. Boom, baby. When I was looking for code, you think it looks different from the original? Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't doubting you, Kira. I was just curious. Someone mentioned that yesterday, and I was thinking about it. I was like, I'm sure there is coding in the original for the connection. Wait, what? Why didn't that evolve? Did we not? Am I an idiot? I am an idiot. We didn't even hit level 10. That's what I get for not paying attention. And now John's gonna black out. Alright, let's just knock out this Pikachu. Hate it when I look like an idiot in front of the internet. Which happens every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. Eastern. What's going on, Thedge? I think that's what they call you, right? Thedge? The glitch effect. Oh, with the poisoning. Yeah, it's annoying. Thedge, how you doing? How's your day going? Are you playing some Fire Red Leaf Green? They do be calling you that. They sure do. Alright, tackle, baby, tackle. That's alright. Use that Thunder Shock. Enjoying it? Yeah, doing a little Professor Oak's challenge on this this playthrough. So we're going to be in Viridian Forest for a while. That's okay. Oh, I thought that was going to be enough to level up Weedle. Okay, where are we... how are we looking? My Chemical Romance? Honestly, I don't know anything about them other than Black Parade. which I like. I like Black Parade. But that's the only thing I really know. Anyone got Pokemon Violet? I do, but I'm assuming you're looking for someone that's playing it right now. Yeah, John fainted. What's up, versus video? I just need 19 XP. Didn't know you streamed. Oh, yeah. Dropped a sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Yeah, I just stream on the weekends. I might, now that Fire Red Leaf Green's coming out, I'm doing this challenge, and I'm actually really enjoying it. I don't know if anybody's enjoying watching it, but I'm enjoying doing it. I might try to do more streams, at least in the short term. If not, at least longer streams. You're trying to complete the decks? I get you. Well, I don't know if you have access to Discord, but if you join our Discord, we do have a channel in there where you can check on people helping out there too. You only got an emo because there was a girl you're trying to date. I think that's probably true for about 70% of guys that went through an emo phase. Probably true. 10 times more fun than I think. Well, thank you, Mewtwo. That's very nice of you to say. All right, get in there, Peter. Peter has to get to level 36, and it's level 10. It's going to go to level 11. It might go to level 11. How did that not KO it? What the heck? Stupid Harden. Stupid flying being a physical type. Have to keep pretending you like Taylor Swift because you married the girl you were dating? Ah, sucker. That's what you get. Nice. Peter's level 11. And Hefty is evolving. Ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a Beedrill. Let's get back to the Pokemon Center. Drop it in, bring out the Metapod, and check on Squirtle's nature for Eric. Hakuna Matata, what a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Makuhita. No, that's not as good. Same joke, but worse. Anyone remember the Viridian City song from the Pokemon soundtrack? I'm on the road to Viridian City. I haven't heard that song in years. It probably doesn't even go like that. Now I can import it to home, go in ZA, and get a Mega Hefty. That's true. We could get a Mega Hefty. Move Pokemon. Switch out Bugsy for Hefty. It's our first evolution line done. And we're going to check Squirtle. Calm nature. Squirtle has a calm nature. Charmander is a female and serious. Spirow is female and calm. Hefty is lax. And Pickles is bashful female. Got a lot of females, actually. And Bugsy's female. Oops. Quiet female. Peter is a bold male. Sour Punch is a rash female. Man, those female rash Pokemon. John is impish. A male impish. And Kyle is male mild. Ti is calm male. Okay. All right. It came on your playlist yesterday, actually. It's a great song. Girl power. That's right. All right, guys. We're going to end it there. We will be back tomorrow continuing this. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. This is something new for me on the channel. But I think I made the right decision in doing this. Red Eye Jedi, thank you so much for the 9 months of membership. Clocky, thank you for the 30 months of membership. And Rain, Thank you for the makeup brush. That was very kind of you. I need to go use it. But thank you, everybody, for being here. I will see you again tomorrow. Good luck on your own playthroughs of Fire Red Leaf Green. If you're playing it, good luck on the Kalos tour. If you're doing that, good luck, Ari, on being the amazing, incredible person that you always are. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you do something nice for someone today, just because it's the right thing to do, and for no other reason. Take care, and bye-bye.